Some interesting people.
All right, everybody, let's get started. It's a little bit after 6 o'clock. Welcome to the first Land Use Zoning and Economic Development Committee meeting in Manhattan Community Board 1 in 2024. Bingo. I'm Patrick Cannell, Chair of the Committee. Tammy Meltzer, Chair of CD1 is with me. We have Lauren, our, I don't know how to describe it. You are our helper from Bonavon College Greg, who was with us, as some of you may remember last summer. And we're trying to squeeze every ounce of help we can. With that, we do have an agenda as usual, but
Just to say, we do not have the correct agenda right here, we have the better. It's been circulated, so it's just in the now.
Got it.
Okay, great,
Okay, there you go.
thank you.
so 3 items are on tonight, including the city of Yes agenda, zoning text resolution, sorry. But the first item is 88 Pine Street's BSA application. Is there somebody here from 88 Pine? Here? Okay, second call.
Wait a minute, so what happens with that? We don't, There's no
We'll wait and see if they come on.
oh,
Okay. We have folks here from GFP Real Estate and their advisors on the 25 Water Street project. I'm not sure who it is, or Brian, who's speaking up with. Where do you want to? If you can come up here, if it's easy enough, so that can help. Stay a little bit behind me. Is this okay?
You are, you can stand anywhere in the gallery.
Eyes in the back of your head.
Yeah.
So, I'm Brian Steinwitzel from GFP Real Estate. We're here to talk about 29 Water Street. Eugene Floweron from Sesha Ruddy is here. Parisi from NPFP as well. Scott Beadle from GFP. And Elizabeth Lee from Free Frank will present also. So you don't know just a little bit about GFP Real Estate. We're doing this project with Metro Law. GFP is the largest landlord in the city to small and medium-sized businesses. We also own a number of residential buildings. We have converted some office buildings to residential with partners here and in New Jersey. This project is one of several that we've done recently in the downtown area. Last time we were in front of you was for a building that we can basically change from 7 Hanover Square into 100 Pearl Street. In that project, we had infilled an arcade and created 16 restaurants that is run by Urban Space, which we are very proud of, and it still operates today despite pandemic. Tried to prevent that from happening. So we're here to present a horizontal enlargement of an existing arcade with retail use and an open air cafe. And as part of that, there's an upgrade to the plaza. The building, I don't know if you can go, what is this? Thanks. Okay, so that's what I just said. You can go to the next slide. So anyway, the building was a office building. We are now turning it into roughly 1,300 apartments. The building was occupied primarily by JP Morgan and its predecessors over the last 40 years. JP Morgan had pretty much moved out of the building even before the pandemic. And then during the pandemic, they basically left, and we acquired it roughly 1 year ago. Scott, go ahead.
Sure. Good evening, I'm Scott Beadle, head of development, GFP. So really just a little bit about the building. This is the existing building as it was before our plans. We have the L-shaped existing arcade closed and the plaza, which extends part of the site. The full building was built in 1969, existing 22-story building. Slide. So then this is the building. Building, obviously, stories with window patterns. Next slide. First image is the arcade on Broad Street. So you can see it as it was existing. You can see how it wraps around. This is the corner of Bog and Water through that arcade. Image number 3 is looking on the plaza, looking down towards Broad Street. And that plaza is elevated all the way along. You can see that better in this picture here. It ends over here. Slide. Some more images of the building. More images of the plaza. So, since we're ready, architects, Eugene Flanagan, will present our new plan.
Sorry, good afternoon. So I'm Eugene Flavin, I'm the Director of Architecture at Tetra partner in the firm. So the application in front of you is to expand and enclose the arcade, the existing arcade, the red dotted line in this rectangular area here. We're going to enclose and make part of, ground floor retail in a new building. This arcade currently, the current existing building entrance for the retail tenants were all through the arcade currently. That was the main point of access. So predominantly dominated by the commercial office tenants only, who kind of lived and worked in the building. We flip to the next slide. What we're proposing now is to actually make the main entry to the building with this new residential use off of Water Street. So we're able to enclose this arcade with complete new retail. Hopefully we'll expand the retail program as we kind of soar within the existing building and give us a kind of wraparound retail experience that will hopefully activate the public plaza space as well as kind of, the pedestrian access to the building and kind of use of the building. Look to the next slide. You'll see, this is a rendering to rendered elevations of the building along Broad Street, which in the red dotted line once again represents the area of the arcade infill. And you can kind of see on Water Street, the existing photographs are actually expanding the opening to the column line. So this is much wider longer glass on Broad Street. And then, I'm sorry, on Water Street and on Broad Street, we're just showing all that. This is from column to column, what you storefront. You can kind of see the residential. Access. With a brick mock-up photo here of the building, so you can actually see the proposed color, which sometimes doesn't come out so great in these different variations of renderings that we try to capture. This is actually a mock-up on the building today. You kind of see, even on this photograph, there's a lot of existing scarring from our repairs over time that require us to kind of cover and fix. Plus, we're opening up the building tremendously on proportions from 2 to basically 15 with new window openings for the residential use that requires more patching and brick repair that leads us to coating the building. And the paint photo, which is very light gray, almost white color, leads to actually helping with the energy efficiency of the building, as close as possible, so less heat. And it actually helps us in the waterproofing of the existing building, as well as coating all these existing scarring and new patchwork on the building facade, but to really unify the whole facade. So that's about the hard access alignment. And we have Rick Parisi here, partner at MPFP. Looking for good evening again. Rick Parisi, MPFP.
You could be a little bit louder and make sure that
That's the thing.
that's the microphone.
Can you hear that thing?
Absolutely.
So, Rick Parisi, MPFP Landscape Architects. I'm the managing partner at MPFP. So if you go to the next slide, it would be helpful. So I think the most important thing to notice here, and I think you remember what we saw the existing one was, right? Is how green it is now, right? There was one tree, or basically 2 trees. There was one tree on the plaza extension group. But there were no street trees, right? There was just one tree. There was a tree here where the vent is. What we're proposing is 6 trees here, 8 trees on the plaza and 8 street trees, right? So I mean, we're trying to soften this up. It's a big, heavy building that lands on the plaza that is not ADA accessible currently. There's no ADA access in this location now. We're providing ADA access here. The stairs remain because the slab below is underneath this, so we can't chop the slab away. There's another ADA access here. There's currently an ADA access here. There's no trees on this side, and it's just stairs, basically, handrails and lights. So we're proposing an open air cafe option right here. What you see in the dark gray is the clear pathway around throughout the plaza. And we're proposing, there's about 600 square feet of planting on the plaza today. We're proposing well over 1,000, right? So we're increasing that. There's 160 linear feet of seating, and it all lives right here in the existing plaza. we're proposing it throughout with built-in seating with backs and movable tables and chairs for social seating. So we're approaching this as in greater accordance as usual. And we think we're doing as much as we possibly can to unify this entire plaza that wraps around. And though it's a narrow plaza, you wouldn't be able to build a plaza like this today with the zone. All right, you can go to the next one. This just highlights movable tables and chairs in blue. The pink is the built-in seating with the backs. And again, the pathway, the planting and the trees. And go to the next one.
Just one question.
Yeah.
Is everything inside the red line enclosed?
No,
Just,
inside this,
yeah,
that's a property line.
okay.
Okay?
So
So all of this is open air.
that's,
Everything rendered except the white building.
Yeah.
White building is on the back.
If you want to see the difference, we can go back to the existing and you can see it, you'll understand it maybe.
Let's let them get
Go
to the
ahead.
presentation.
Okay, because it's pretty quick. So, okay, we're gonna go through the renderings and you'll get a better sense of the 3D. So this is a plaza view on Water Street. That's the new entrance that Eugene spoke about. These are the trees at the entrance. The ADA access is right there. Direct up, it's the stair access. The built-in benches are under here. You can go to the next one. This is a view looking the other way. So here's your ADA access. These are bollards along the drive. Front entrance is here. The trees are here, movable tables and chairs, you know, and the built-in benches built into the planters. The planters are metal. Right? It's a metal system. And the benches are wood. With metal backs. You can go to the next one, please. See the street trees, that's a school view right on the entrance. That's the built-in seating there. One more. Two more. Close up, and then one. The aerial. So this is the proposed cafe. This is the enclosed arcade. Black portion right here. There's an ADA access there, new street trees here, movable tables and chairs there, some built-in benches there. Same on that side. Couple more. Couple more. Oh, it's a lot of stuff.
Yay.
We just kept going. One thing I will mention is, right now, everything is, dark, red granite and brick. We're introducing a lighter precast, darker, and treads. These are the new handrails, new lights, flagpole remains, and all these are new street trees. Well, I think that might be one more. We got excited, they found a renderings. That's just a few.
That's Broad Street?
Yeah,
Looking for the water.
that's with the arcade.
I think we have one more, just the end, ADA around.
Yeah, we have one in the backside of the ADA ramp. That's the ADA ramps, and built-in seating there, some seating there. That's the property line. And that's the enclosed arcade.
That's Water Street itself.
That's still on Broad Street.
That's on Broad.
And that's
This is going up to 125 below.
Yeah, this is, the see the little key plan is, it's
red arrows kind of like that.
on Broad,
Long Broad looking.
looking at the arcade, the former arcade.
This is where the open air cafe would be.
It's right over here.
Go back a step.
Go back one more, you'll see it. Right there. And if you go to the aerial, you'll see all.
Rick, can you also zoom in on one of the built-in benches? I think I missed it because I'm online.
Yeah, you can't, I don't think you can see them really well in these renderings, but you can zoom in here, over here.
Can somebody zoom in or,
Yeah, they're trying right now.
okay.
So it's a metal planter that comes up, creates the base, then it's a wood panels, you know, so there's, you sit on wood, and then the back is metal. It's hard to see in here.
Is there another one where it's more accurately reflective?
I don't think you see it in these renderings because of the scale.
So
but
is
we
the-
have a lot of
is the-
drawings.
Does the back slope or is it a vertical?
Yes, the back slopes meets all city planning standards.
Okay, all right.
It's a very comfortable, bench. It's custom, but, you know, and it's, concave. So,
Okay.
Here's another shot of the Water Street side that might have it.
if you go back, but I think it's too hard.
I don't
to
think it
see.
was on the Water Street side.
Yeah, you can't really see it. It's,
Okay.
this woman is sitting on it. It's- We have nice details we can show you,
Okay.
but it's not here. It's not in that.
There's one, there's the back.
Yeah, that's totally the best. You can see.
Can you zoom in on that?
Laura, if you're on a laptop, you can also zoom in. There should be a plus and minus above.
And you see the curve here? If you pull back up. The back is actually curved.
I see.
Right. So there's a curve here.
Got it. Okay.
It's a very fluid, bench system, but it's like piano keys for the seating area, right? Because we didn't want to make that metal.
Okay.
And
Well, I have other questions, but I don't want to jump the line up
Yeah.
here.
What is left for the presentation? Liz, you have
I think, this is just gonna cap it with anything.
Any questions?
Just the apple.
Take the question.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe if you can, let's just recap what the specific authorizations or certifications that you've seen.
Yeah, it's the last page.
So the actions that we're seeking are mainly two actions that come before the community board. It's the horizontal enlargement, which is the arcade infill, so to speak. And that's the first action. The second action is the open air cafe that we are providing at the corner of Broad Street and Water Street, as you see on the screen. In addition, at DCP, we are seeking improvements to the design changes to the plaza. So that's a separate action that we're seeking at DCP. Doesn't get referred out to the community board, but we did include it in our presentation per the chair's request.
So we're gonna go around and have committee member questions, both in person and online. I will take kicking us off. Scott, I have a question for you on just the development in and of itself. So you're proposing to take some, this, I guess, currently privately owned public space, converted for commercial use. That, I get that. My question is around the trash plan for the buildings. It's gonna be a largely residential building. Do you have a plan for that? How is it that you're gonna promise to me that the garbage never touches the street?
So, actually, do you want to talk about the new regulations we got in the city and?
We had the Department of Sanitation review of our plan. We do have all trash storage in the building, refrigerated. And they gave us the requirements of capacity and size. So we met all those requirements and it's all stored on site until trash day. And on trash day, it kind of comes out onto the water stream. I believe it's where they're going on that further along.
It's a huge relief because it's gone way overlooked on developments over the last couple of decades around here. And no secret, yours is probably one of the biggest ever.
Yeah.
So that's good to hear. Right.
And we're doing, we have on-site compactors for the recycling that helps reduce the size of the trash that comes out. Even our pressures are, so there's a lot of production. But again, it's all stored refrigerated in the building. So it's fresh pickup.
And then what about move-ins and move-outs? How are those going to be managed?
We have a loading bay in the building, so it's all in the building, all the way towards the Vietnam Park side. So all that happens within the building in a loading dock. We also have parking in the building, it's below grade, that's one bay adjacent to that goes down, it's not loading. Below level.
For the residents or public?
It's public property.
Others?
Can you actually bring up a visual of where these are that
On the plan.
points the
Yeah,
picture?
exactly.
If we go back to the plan first, we flip back to the proposed floor plan.
You have that, the Vietnamese War Memorial adjacency works with.
Yeah, we'll take
loading
the
up.
image as well. Keep flipping backwards to the image. I'll stop you when you get one more. And so you can kind of see at the end of the image here, there is this is the driveway entrance and the loading is next to it. And actually, it's the driveway here and the loading is this bay here, but go to the floor plan. This is the loading bay at the extreme end.
Mhm.
And then this is a ramp down to a cell level parking. LA picks you up at the bottom of the ramp.
So that there's nothing that lets that onto the War Memorial.
No, I mean, the building had two existing curb cuts, which we maintained. It's kind of vehicle, basically for residents to be dropped off at the door and not be waiting on the street. Also to get all the moving off the street, we didn't want any moving trucks sitting on the street for hours. It was well brought into the building that parked in the loading bay, that if they could move in that way, they go out. also attached to some of the deliveries that can happen, even if it's a two-bay loading dock. So move in and possible other things being brought in.
So the trash gets compacted on
Yes,
site?
The big trash room in here, there's actually two portions to it that is compacted and stored. These two are brought out through the loading dock on trash day. It's whatever the sanitation tells us.
Michael? I'm wondering how much of a bonus did you receive for the public arcade originally?
You want to talk about that originally?
Yes, the arcade and the public plaza received the bonus. They were through, 6 square feet, per space and.
Speak up a little again.
Gotta have it on the.
Over here, so.
They were 6 square feet per, square foot of area that was provided, and the arcade provided 10 square feet per square foot of area provided. So I think it comes up to approximately 75,000 square feet.
Okay, and we're gonna be getting another 12 trees?
For trees?
So the community is getting 12 trees for the 75,000 square feet?
Oh, well, the community is actually getting an upgraded plaza space. This is, the entire plaza is being upgraded with additional amenities, with additional seating and planting areas and trees. So, and we're planting trees on the sidewalk as well.
Can we go back to the,
Bill, hang on a second, Richard.
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to stay with that line of questioning. Thank you. That's exactly where I was gonna go. 75,000 square feet for a few trees doesn't seem like much for the community. I'm assuming that that all of the housing here is market rate. Is that true?
It's true.
And there certainly seems to be completely inadequate give back to the community here for what the community originally gave to the developer and for what now you are taking over for commercial space.
We're not making the building any larger than it exists.
Yes, but you're taking away the pump, which was the gift, which was what the community gave to the building, or the community received for the original 75,000 square feet of additional building space.
Plaza
I understand that
portion is still there.
correctly?
It's just the arcade infill that's, I guess, getting closed to
Yeah.
differently publicly accessible retail space. Hopefully much more active.
But the arcade
But
is
it's
still
still-
public space that you're enclosing.
And it remains,
How many square feet is the arcade?
It's
it's only about
Can we go
it's
back to
20
the original,
Well,
3,000 square feet of
It's
area.
less than 2,600 square feet.
Yeah, sure, where you worked under.
well, no, I just want to make a comment. The last comment is that I think it's completely inadequate return for what you're taking back from the community. It's the trees and essentially a commercial space that benefits the landlord. And I would certainly prefer to see something in the way of affordable housing in this building, rather than an entire market rate building. How many apartments did I hear right? 1,300 apartments? What's the height of the building?
Yes, that was what was provided to us, was around 12 to 1,300 units, the biggest. This is the one that's the largest conversion in the United States, allegedly.
Extraordinary. Great. No affordable housing, and we're returning something that community, you're taking back something that the community originally received in order to generate this very large building. That was my final comment. Thank you.
Joe?
Yeah, I'm sorry, actually, my questions were answered in terms of the square footage.
Sandy, and then we'll go online.
So when you say you're doing containerization and refrigeration for cartage, does that also mean though that the commercial space, which means the enclosed arcade that will be retail and the restaurant will be separate? Or will that be within the building as well?
That's within the building. There's a separate room for commercial, separate from residential trash stored there.
So there will be
General location.
absolutely nothing on the streets. Other than there's a public, okay. And you said, you mentioned you left the curb cuts. Is there gonna be like a porte cochere kind of a thing where cars will pull in to drop off?
Yes.
I don't really understand exactly where, so So it is a driveway because that wasn't necessarily shown. And how does the driveway interact with the handicap accessibility?
So it's, remember that 3D I showed, moving back to the bollards here, this is all flush. We have a foot and a half grade change we have to make up, right? So we slope up right here without, it's under 5%, it slopes up right there. You come in. Right here. Right there.
And so the entrance, the actual main residential entrance is where are obviously one of those doors will be handicap accessible.
Yes,
It doesn't look like there are any at the moment.
the ones here.
Okay.
So this is the drop off.
There'll be no awnings added or anything else.
There's a small piece here, but it's the maximum allowed by zoning. Yeah. So we would have loved to hold it out to the drop off. Except give us over the pot.
And then, you showed public seating, so do you have any idea how much public seating you're currently adding to
Yeah.
each side? Not including the pay to play for the restaurants, you showed public seating on Broad Street as well, I believe,
Mhm.
further back. And what is that designed for? Is that just free public seating, or is that in association with another retail
It's
space?
all free public seating. So currently, there's 106 linear feet of seating. It's all on Water Street, and it's mostly movable tables and chairs. What we're putting back is a total of 206 linear feet of seating with a lot of movable tables and chairs. If you go back to the diagram that you go about.
How much is going back on water?
I have to do that calculation.
I'd be curious if you
Yeah,
don't
if we
mind.
go back to the diagram with the pretty colors, let's see. So most of it's going on Water Street. This is public here. Because of the width of this, we can't require- we have no place to work.
I'd like to, that's where I would like to jump in if I might. So one of the questions I had, looking at this originally with some of you guys who came earlier, you know, the amount of space that you're closing in the arcade, this is somewhat up for grabs. You know, you've delineated this at the extended end of the far columns. It does seem a little lean in the amount of public space that is open and is not enclosed as a store. And I'm just curious, did you look at the possibility of coming in to the interior of the column to allow for a slightly more ample outdoor public space? Or that was just, you know, obviously I understand the, you know, the value of this space.
Yeah.
But you can see even in these drawings, you're really hemmed in there, and the cafe looks just really clean. And if I'm not mistaken, the cafe then is a private piece of the space.
Yeah, if you go back one,
And so this L shape, sorry, while you have that up, that L shape is what could be potentially the whole store, like, the breakdown of a store or restaurant, I'm not sure I'm understanding it. It's the whole L. It could be a very large corner
this was.
retail.
Yeah.
Right, so this cafe is, if you happen to rent to you sell to or whatever, to a restaurant.
Yeah.
It allows you to then privatize that corner.
Allows them to do some of that practice.
And is there any room for, I mean, this building is under construction and, you know, everything's happening. So I just wonder how much say the community even has in this, but is the placement of where this exterior wall goes for the new store even up for grabs, or this has already been?
Because of zoning, right? Because it's, we have to meet the existing plaza square footage, and the arcade is its own square footage. We
Right.
can't bring the two together.
You could use less of the arcade.
No, but then we'd have to add it to the plaza, so I mean, maybe that's.
Well, right.
Kind of, right, so it's the way the zoning is written, the way the special district is written. I don't know that we can do that, and any of this, should I
You
mention?
can't legally take less arcade and put it towards the plaza, is that what you're saying?
So zoning will require, if we reduce the size of our, so what the zoning allows us to do is zoning allows us to take the area of the arcade and enclose it and provide retails, minimum 2 retails in that location. If we reduce the size of the arcade, and then we're essentially not seeking this certification.
You don't get the technicality. Yeah, it's the way it's written, you know. I mean, they tried to improve these arcades and you weren't allowed.
We're well aware of that. We don't necessarily believe that the app so we're not trying to. But,
You know,
but I was, yeah, the question, I guess, was city planning. Yeah, okay, it sounds like it's a no. Anyway, I would just say for this committee that that cafe looks absurdly small and tight and doesn't seem to really offer much, but I'll just leave it at that. And just lastly, just a question, my notification, I brought it up the last time, the painting of the brick, which was so, to me, and I'm sure to all of you, that is done really to makes the facades uniform. Then we're having such trouble with cutting everything out, you just couldn't figure out another way. You had
There's so much scarring on the
Yeah.
building from repairs past, there's so much additional openings being made and brick matching is almost impossible from one era to the
Yeah,
next.
too bad.
So we have to coat, the coating helps again with waterproofing, it helps with energy efficiency. That's why we kind of chose the lighter color to kind of brighten up.
And in line with your interest in sustainability and the like, are you then, these pavers that we're seeing, are these all,
they're lighter. So the paper-
well, are they permeable? What are they doing?
No, well,
below?
they're on top of a structural slab, so permeable doesn't. The water screen. It's gonna go into the drain.
Well,
Right? I mean, permeable, it has, the only way permeable works is it goes back into the soil, right? We only have this much depth. So,
The basement below the entire ring line.
yeah, there's a structure.
So there is no dirt under us.
And can you just trace, one last question, can you just trace, sorry, I have a lot of last questions. Can you just trace where the handicapped accessibility,
There's one here,
there's just one there?
and then this,
So
This
really,
is
that's
all-
it, wow, yeah.
well, the structural deck comes to here, and it sticks above grade.
No, I understand.
Right, so we're doing the best we can, to disguise it and make it more inviting. Right now, this is a series of hours, you can't even walk up.
And let me ask you, just because you're the landscape guy, what is the relationship to Vietnam? In your mind, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Plaza, wonderful space, how are you
So
seeing that?
because this was always vehicular space, this was always the drop off and the loading, right? And we've actually, extended these kind of more free-form planters. They're a little bit juxtaposed to the building on purpose to soften the spaces up and create, a little bit more social seating opportunities, otherwise everything's very linear. So we put 6 trees here with planting. So we don't want to introduce the vehicles to the Vietnam Memorial, right? They currently are there. There's a big vent there. If you go back to the existing conditions photos, you'll see there's a big structural vent for the garage and a little bit of planting. So you can actually see that. Go one more. This is a vent and there's a planting here, and this is vehicular, and that's vehicular. This is a big vent. You can't even walk on this. This is all chained off.
You can't even see past that big
I can't see past it. So if you look at the photos of it, you'll see that it's a big improvement to create these softer edges here and create a lot of that green in the plaza. If you look at these two things side by side, you'll see the improvement. I mean, it's
Yeah.
much more of a people space.
Okay, thanks very much.
Can I continue with my question? Okay. What I'd like to know is, and before we have this at full board, when you talk about 160, 206 in terms of feet, it actually doesn't mean as much to a public who doesn't understand what linear foot and seating is. Current seating available to seating that it will be available. That's an important thing I'd like to know. And then I'd like,
Yep, got it.
and then I'd like to know if you were willing to guarantee that public seating you're talking about providing on Broad Street, if you're enclosing the entire arcade to be a retail space and it's a restaurant, the restaurant could variably say, you know what, I need that seating outside because I'm gonna use that side for events, just for argument's sake. And they want a outdoor area to be able to have people flow in or out of their space, which would then make the outdoor seating that you're telling us will be available on Broad Street non-existent. So I'd like to know if you're willing to guarantee that there will be free public seating on both sides of the building.
South side of the Broad Street, yes, there are public seating.
You know, there's lots of stuff I hear from zoning in this meeting that I go by later and I can't get into a building or.
I understand. And, there's a lot of plazas that weren't built for the drawings, back
Yeah.
30 years ago when we were designing it. We
Correct.
didn't know that, but there are plaza police now. So you get a lot of fines, and we are fixing a lot of plazas that were never built. And, I mean, that's what we do, because, we're here for the public realm, right? And so it is getting better.
And will you have, you're at the corner of a very, well-traveled, will there be any kind of wayfinding signage on any of the space side, anywhere? On the
There's-
sidewalk or
So if we
anywhere?
go back to the amenities plan with all those pretty colors, there's all the plaza signage. Right? And there's signage on the building. It's wayfinding to let you know this is all a public plaza.
Will you provide wayfinding to the Vietnam Memorial as well?
Part of it, I don't know, I can't even do that, you know?
Sure, yeah, it's your house, you can put whatever sign it fits on.
We can always look at it, you know?
Plaza rules are very prescriptive.
Yeah, we're not allowed to,
On the
we
number
would
of
have to put
signage
it
and
like
type
over
of sign.
here, because this is not part of the plaza. We're not allowed to put anything in the plaza than what's on this list, basically, right?
And restrooms, public restrooms will be where?
There's no public question.
Are there any in the Vietnam veterans?
Yes.
Can I ask 3 questions? Go ahead. So my first question, you had mentioned events for, I assume for the parking. How's the parking being ventilated in the new proposal? Are there events?
There's a very small integrated vent into the signage that you saw in that one
And that
image,
3D rendering, not one of the last
and
ones.
that's meeting the requirements that we need for the air.
Okay,
Plus with some, we have some exhaust from the glass that also contributes to the air we need for the parking.
and what about lighting at the plaza?
All new lighting.
All new lighting? That all has to go through DDC as well, I guess?
Yeah, it's all, we've already submitted the photometric that meets the requirement. We have to light to the curb on a plaza.
Okay.
It's a newer part of the regulation.
And I guess my last question is, so this enclosing of the arcade, the zoning, please enlighten me, what zoning is permitting enclosing
History text amendment from 2016. which
from
this-
2016? All right,
Favorite zoning text amendment.
One thing to point out, the existing plaza has those, buttressed column expressions on it. We are removing all that to the face of the brick building. So the
They're
walkable
magnificent.
surface does expand. She's loved it. I don't like it. I think it's the walkable public space. I mean, if you're-
It actually creates more space.
I'm good.
I want to recognize Laura Starr online. Laura?
Hi. Hi, Eugene. Hi, Rick. Hi, Liz. Is there a way to make it greener? I feel like it could have, especially on the far right side of the plaza, it seems like there's a lot of pavement.
This over here,
Well, I think so.
that's not part of the plaza. The plaza ends here.
Oh, okay. So what's all
Right.
that, what's over on the right then? What is that?
So that's the loading and.
Oh, okay, all right,
And
okay.
What we've done, Laura, is we've added 6 trees and some, nice fluid planters here.
I
To
see.
soften it up. Otherwise, it's all paved.
I see. Okay. Is there a way, well, okay, so in the part that is the plaza, is there a way to add more trees? And also, what are you planting under them? It looks like just grass in your rendering, but I'm sure that's not what you're doing, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not what we're doing. There's a mixture of, things like liriope, evergreen ground covers that'll take the shade. It's pretty
Uh-huh.
sunny here right now. As I said, we're putting a lot of trees in pretty close together. They're honey locust, so they'll be light and airy.
Okay.
But it'll be a pretty robust planting. Probably no perennials and things like that, because we don't want to make it too maintenance heavy.
Okay.
But we'll have a more detailed plan shortly.
I mean, I think if it could have even more green, it would be great
We're
because,
kind of, if you see this, Laura, that access? We're really
Yeah.
limited to everything.
right, I see up the circulation. Okay, well,
It's pretty difficult, and we're also on the deck, so everything has to be raised, you know how it is. It's tough on these old decks.
well,
The question?
I guess,
Sorry, Laura.
I guess the thing is, Water Street is a pretty inhospitable place. So I think the more you can go for green and creating habitat and biodiversity. You know, I don't want to sound like an eco warrior or something. I realize this is like in the city, but I, if you could enlarge the green a little bit, I think it would be an improvement.
Yeah, we can look at it. It's a little.
I see what you're up against. No, I know what you're up against, and I know there's you're on structure and stuff. Okay, well, anyway, those were my questions. Thank you for a good presentation.
All right, thanks, Laura.
Alice, last one?
Just one more question. The stair, that stair that, I always wondered about that. Yeah. That's a chunk that's outside. Where does that go? What is the reasoning for that, like originally and now?
What's existing egress there, and it's going to continue as an egress there out of the commercial lower level space.
And that was never, I mean, that's always struck me as being an unpleasant, and I thought to myself, well, why can't that move into the arcade space? You know, bring that thing inside so that we have that real outdoor space.
The structural undertaking to remove fill and move.
Anyway, it's an obstruction that has always been there that it sounds like you're keeping.
We just inherited it.
Well, you've inherited a lot that you're changing radically, so I wouldn't say that's a very fair excuse, but I hear you. Okay.
Okay, other questions? All right, seeing none, we need to come up with a resolution. We're on a 45-day clock. Our clock began, let's say, mid-December. Referral letters dated December 8th. I'm not sure whether it's a 5 or 3-day grace period within there, but we need to have a resolution this month for full board at the end of January. So I guess just to sort of frame it for the committee, and I think the applicant made the point that love it or hate the Water Street text amendment, they are working within the law, within the zoning rules, and the scope of our review is generally limited to the kinds of uses for the enclosure, certainly the improvements along the plaza, and then the open air cafe is sort of new, so that's kind of free game, if you will. So wanted to see if we got a sense of the committee where everyone is on.
Is there a regulation that requires that the space be less than 10,000? How big can that new space be? Like one owner can take that whole,
You mean,
the new
the new retail?
Zoning
Yeah.
requires that infill have at least 2 tenants.
2,000?
Two tenants.
tenants.
Doesn't specifically say how much each tenant.
It
It's a very-
requires that it has 2 tenants.
Yeah.
Within the 3,000.
Within whatever we fill as the arcade.
Well, how much is that gonna be?
So it's just like 2,800 square feet.
Okay, could
So
you,
whether that is this tenant and this tenant, we have no idea yet until we find it.
so how many square feet is in the L shape that you're talking about?
This L shape with the
Yeah.
space included? That's 60 by 120.
I'm just trying to sense
Yeah,
the scale of this, and what this could be. 4,000.
It's over 4,000 and just this zone here, there's a little bit more space back here and there's another.
And there's nothing that prevents this from being, how high is the space? What's the height of the floor to ceiling there?
It's 20, 18 feet, I think.
Oh, so you could actually get 2 floors in here.
Not really. Not really. It's not quite enough with, 9 in structure, it's not quite enough. And plus, we're raising our residential lobby almost additional 6 feet out of the flood zone, so we don't really have any height left in here. And retail, I would never make the space that small.
Well,
18 is quite, not enough for an intermediate.
but you could have a mezzanine, you could add bulk density into the space other than what your, the actual floor area.
We don't, there's no way for anyone in the building to add that residence. We've used it fair.
I see.
It's over building stuff.
Scott or Brian, has there been any thought given to the type of commercial tenants that could be?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, we're thinking of tenants, retail tenants that will be, built.
Could you speak up a little bit, please?
Generally speaking, we're thinking of retail tenancy that will be an amenity to these residents, whether it be food, whether it be, something that they need day to day, dog grooming, things like that.
Well, you're taking a corner, you're taking a public space, and you're saying that the residents in your building are more critical than the people that are walking down the street.
Well,
I would
same-
ask
same
that that
thing
also
we
be
think
taken
the
in.
other residents in an area would be using, so.
Well, I would love to believe that. I think that should be part of a resolution it could be a private club, however. The space, is there any requirement that makes the space have to be public? Or could it be a private gym, for example? Could, right? Could be,
Not square footage of what actually.
But no, technically,
I mean, it's retail.
Technically-
The check would be open to the public, so it wouldn't be any close to the public. It wouldn't have been
Yeah.
any private either.
We have to pay for it.
The
You have to
intention
pay
is that
for
the
it, right.
retail building is brought back into the public. Right now, it is designed to be isolated, and literally chains around the outside that prevent you from walking on it. We were trying very hard to make this to be very welcoming, very open. There's gonna be a lot of people that, from the community, that can come use this space too. And look, I think that what we've done in the past in our other projects is shown that that's something that we want others from outside the building to participate. And that's the intention.
It's important to the
It's-
vitality of the retail, that
I would
many
just
people,
put that in
many
a
neighbors
resolution.
have access to it.
but Tavis's point, we can certainly make a comment on the types of retail we
Yeah, we're,
hope to see there and hope not to see.
right. I mean, we're giving up an outdoor arcade, some liked it, some didn't, whatever, and you want to kind of know what we're going to get in its place, so.
Is there anything that prevents it from being like one of these, like an Amazon warehouse suddenly in 4,000 square feet or a drop off?
Just the zoning, just the underlying zoning.
Right.
Are there any other special permits being sought for, this is all as of right version, right?
That's right.
The only thing that's,
I don't think we can say that. Why are we saying that?
Saying what?
Like, above and beyond restriction to the specific use of this, what do you calculate it as? This
Well,
retail space?
The character of the retail is one of the things that is my memory of the Water Street zoning text amendment, was one of the things that we're not only permitted, but specifically asked to comment on.
Well-
Because one of the big concerns is that those spaces be infilled with, and this is with the 2016 lens of retail, by the way, with big box stores and,
Not applicable, I would say. It's
Yeah.
just- The whole thing is not applicable from when it started, then when it was resolved, now we're in a different universe. So for me, I do agree with everything Alex said, but I don't see what we get. The 20 of us here to weigh in on this by restricting the use above whatever the general underlying zoning is, because then we're kind of like playing, surgeons here, and I don't, we just want space that's rented, bottom line, right? And so if they wanted to do, the only suitable place was a club that served this humongous building, wouldn't we want them to lease the space and then maybe someone lease the space across the street in another vacant?
I don't think we would want it privatized. I think the key is to have it
It's
be.
private. When you rent a retail space, it's a private
Right,
space.
but we
You
would
cannot
like it
go there if it's a dog place and you want to bring a cat, right?
understood, but it should be something that's
Useful to the overall public. That's exactly the point, and I don't know how you'd word that, and I frankly don't remember the text amendment. Maybe our lawyer.
answers here and we.
Yeah, I mean, what does the text amendment say about what the space can be? I don't know who I'm addressing this to, but.
The text amendment just simply puts that you're required to provide 2 retail spaces.
That's it? There's no
It's retail establishment.
retail section.
But I think we're stuck.
Yeah.
Spoken, Michael.
Going back to my original question and Richard's question, there's over 1 million square feet here, 1,016,406 square feet in this building. And we're talking about how 75,000 square feet were for public use. To me, dedicating 7% of the apartments for affordable, a 93-7 equation is not unreasonable to ask.
Not quite sure that's within our scope, but
We could say it, but it has no teeth.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
About the-
Because the retail is as of right for retail.
This is a bit-
Where we may have better teeth is really only on seating. That's why we're talking about the number of seats for what's
I just
provided
think,
back
I
to the
think
public.
7% affordable is a little bit more useful than 12 trees.
So am I misunderstanding? I'm seeing 2 cafe spaces outside. Is that incorrect?
Oh, no, it's not correct. These are for the public.
Yeah.
The cafe is that one there. It's on, you gotta go down the other side.
Tammy,
I know, right.
so the bonus for the arcade was only 9,300 square feet. Plaza bonus was 75,000. Plaza remains. The arcade doesn't remain, the arcade was 9,300 square feet.
Thank you for the clarification.
That was the 6 square feet per foot of arcade, is that correct?
6 is.
I thought it was 6
square feet for playgrounds.
Three for arcades.
What was
3
it?
square feet per- per
Plaza. What was 10?
It's actually 10 people.
plaza.
10 for, okay. I heard 10 and 6 earlier.
I think clarify it one
Yeah,
more time.
please.
Just because.
Yeah.
Because
It's
it-
10 square feet for each plaza, area, and 3 square feet for, each square feet of arcade area.
And how much arcade area was there?
There were certain arcade areas, not to go really technical, but, not all of the arcade areas were bonusable, so there were non-bonus arcade area provided. But in total, including the non-bonus area, there was 3,124 square feet of arcade area.
How
The
much,
result
how
of
much was
97.
But bonus, from that, we got 9,372 square feet of bonus.
So each of these, there's 5 bays. Each bay is what, 20 by?
Let's not do the
20
math.
by 30, thank
We
you.
should just put in our.
I'm doing my math.
As a sidebar, exactly what the calculation is, and the guy from zoning here, it should be in the special permit application, just put it in there, like, identify it and get it straightened out. Because if it's 9,300 or it's 75,000, it's a humongous embarrassment to Michael and I to push 75,000 across everybody's agenda and find out it's 9,300 for 3 months, right? So let's just
We'll
get
make
it
sure
straight.
it's in the whereas with the resolution, but,
I'd like to include, despite Jason's thoughts here, that we do go back to some of our thinking from 2016, which is to give back, that it is a public space retail, albeit retail, that really does enhance the community generally. It's a kind of a giveaway comment, but I certainly think it's one that on behalf of the community, we should have in this resolution. So, and I hope to God that that's what we get, but, you know, this shouldn't just benefit the tenants of the building. I think that.
Should we just say that? Because if
Yeah,
that's your
I think
only.
Whatever way.
almost verbatim, almost verbatim that.
Say it,
and-
yeah.
And if that gets us to consensus.
Sure.
I'm not good with that.
Okay.
I'm trying, under what circumstance would it benefit only the residents of the building?
Private club to the residents of the building.
But you can't, that's not even possible. That's just not.
Right.
Private
It-
eating and drinking stuff.
A private kids club.
Yeah,
Right.
you can have it.
Oh, yeah.
It can, I mean, we've seen it in
We have, and
other locations.
exactly.
Yeah.
Private eating and drinking stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
We should underline the importance of it being public, importance of it getting beyond.
And the importance of public safety.
So with that, sounds like we are a yes with that condition. Correct, so
Can I make one, before you call for a question for vote, I'd also like to make a request that somewhere in the retail that you redevelop, that you find a place for a public restroom. I don't remember whether that retail is down the awful stairs or where you have it, but that there is a place for a public restroom in the retail space.
that's a good idea.
I'd also like to add Laura's comment about the need for additional landscape and trees, potentially the more robust greening. I forget, Laura, you can word it whatever way, but I think her point is well taken, if that's possible. Now, this is different. We're just looking at the first application for the horizontal enlargement, and then the creation of the open air cafe. Is that separate or?
I'd like to take it all in one
Once,
resolution if
okay.
we can. So does anybody have thoughts on the open air cafe that as proposed?
I could feel more strongly against it. I think it's an absolute no. But I think it's too small. I don't think that we need to privatize already that tiny little space, but that's personal. I don't think that's a great
Part
fit.
special permit.
Yeah, it's a special permit?
No, they're all certifications.
So I would say, you know, if that ends up being a Starbucks on the corner, they're everywhere. No music outside. Because you will turn the Broad Street side into Class A, Class B seating.
Well, let me ask on the open air cafe, we've heard from Alice, do others have a strong opinion? We can have a resolution that's yes with conditions to all the other certifications, but an absolute no on the open air cafe.
I just want to know what the thinking is behind that. You know,
Yeah.
experientially, do you find that that they're negative places? Because I live around the corner from Front Street, which has outdoor seating, and that doesn't bother me because I don't live on Front Street, and we also don't hear a lot of complaints about that, do we? So I just don't know if it's in a big plaza so bad.
I don't see, wait a minute, maybe I'm getting confused with the open air cafe. Isn't it possible that you can just put out cafe chairs without having an open air cafe? So I don't understand why we have to have the designation be something that's actually private cafe used by a restaurant. My only hope would be that that space would be open for any table and chairs and anyone sitting in them. That's where I'm coming from, and I can't remember the,
I don't think you could just put them out there, that you have to do a permitted use in the plaza, right?
I think it is.
We have them for the public as well. We have more for the public than the.
In other areas.
Well, maybe
Really
someone
helps
needs to
attract the
review.
Retail F&B tenant to have the ability to use some of the outdoor seating within an establishment. That's specific.
Well, if
for
it
them.
becomes a restaurant, then you
Well,
can,
then could somebody clarify, again, look to the lawyer in the group, could you clarify then what the cafe, what, if a restaurant takes over the arcade space, you know, the infill, can they sit out, can they use the outside, or what is the open air cafe?
The open air cafe certification that actually allows the restaurant or a food service tenant to be able to use that designated space, which cannot be more than 20% of the plaza area. And it's zoning prescribes certain areas and how you have to provide on circulation path that is continuous throughout the plaza. But it's only that area that you're allowed to use.
But it is private to the use of that retail establishment,
Correct.
and you might all recall for 200 Water Street, that came up, and we were pretty concerned, but that had a much bigger plaza. In this case, you have such limited space that I would think that that's not necessarily a great thing, given there's not that many areas to sit in, actually. But, you know, that's just some personal opinion, you guys can write whatever.
Sorry if it's a case by case. I mean, we all hate the plaza thing. It wasn't a good thing for that whole corridor because it affects different buildings a different way. North Water Street, by the way, is still not done. So if these guys are actually doing the building, I feel weird about putting restrictions that we don't know on this thing. But if it has a negative impact, I'm okay with that too. What do other people think? Let's just run this up and.
the designated space has a positive impact to attracting, you know, a retail tenant, a restaurant.
So what do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, fine with the open air cafe. Michael?
Since this is a trophy project, I think at the very least, we can make the observation that it's gonna be all market and there'll be no affordable.
Definitely, because it doesn't serve the needs, nor does it serve, no offense intended, the promises made by elected officials with city of yes zoning, et cetera. No offense.
Okay, so where are we on the open air cafe? That's the only piece I don't have clarity. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes unless there's
Well,
some
we
other
just-
thing.
Like, straw poll, how many no's on the open air cafe? Two.
Because you privatize more public space, so you've taken a public space and you've made it even smaller, 20% smaller, that's what. You know, I don't know what that benefit is to the public, so you give it to Starbucks.
Lost all of that as well
Well,
already.
I do think you're gonna have to divide the resolution a little bit, because you're obviously not getting unanimity on both parts of the application, so just divide it.
Well, that's on kind of sharp point where we are on the open air cafe. It seems like we had consensus on the rest of it. I just wanted to see if this was a sticking point, but it seems like there are two who are against it and the rest are okay with it.
I would abstain at this point.
I think you do two separate votes, and I could.
Well, I want to do one resolution.
Okay.
Do we have to do it tonight? Can we work on this and get it to be?
We
Has
do
to be
need to do it.
tonight. Great.
Then I could be against an open air cafe. You know, we gotta get it done. We have to make our point here. We have like barely any points.
Just reading, just hang on. Okay, but reading the room and there's an abstention, two no's, the rest seem as though they're yeses. It doesn't seem.
I would be an abstention or a no.
Or waiting it or to no.
Wait, a no means we're okay with the cafe or we're not okay?
We're not okay with it.
That's what I
We would ask that.
Oh, I'm okay with the cafe. I'm somewhere between being okay with the cafe and abstaining.
Okay. Nice to be.
Strong word to hear.
That's why I asked you.
Okay.
Because one is about the use and one is about the whole project.
Okay, so we're
That's exactly what it is.
split it into two resolutions then?
I think we should.
Okay. All right, so on the resolution for 5 of the 6 actions, not including the open air cafe with the conditions we discussed earlier.
I hate to ask you to do this. Could you read the conditions?
Yeah, I can summarize the.
Summarize the
conditions. I may not be able to
conditions.
read them at this point. The first condition, and I will go back to the tape because I think Alice put it very eloquently, but effectively that the commercial space that results from the infill not be used for any private purposes, but for something that really does benefit the residents of the area. Again, I can't possibly get as close to how, well, Alice put it, but that's fine, some substance. Second, to Tammy's point, the second condition is that the applicant find a place somewhere within the commercial spaces for a public restroom. And the third condition is related to improvements on the plaza that we find additional, that the applicant find additional places for landscaping or more robust greening. And Laura, I'll work with you on any specific technical language for that one. Okay,
And you were gonna put a note about the affordable.
and it will be a whereas that the entire project is market rate, there's no affordable housing.
And it was brought up about wayfinding signage,
And to provide the signage
plaza.
as possible, because they do have opportunities on the north side because it's not plaza.
Okay, so that's a fourth condition.
What can go with the plaza?
It can't.
No.
It goes in the front where their driveway.
Okay. Guys, we're gonna get this done. All right, are we fine?
Let's do the first one without the open water.
Ways.
Without the cafe.
Okay.
I got one more, and the ZSF
Yeah, that's a whereas that I have noted as well. I'm not reading out the entire resolution.
And they're gonna provide the number of chairs you have currently to the number that we're together. And such,
Yeah,
right?
I already gave you the number, we'll give it to you again.
You gave us.
Oh, you gave us the number for along Water Street? I thought you.
Well, now I could break it out, yeah, there's 48 additional, and I'll tell you exactly what's on the other side.
Perfect.
Okay, so with that, on this resolution, we'll go by acclamation. If you're a no, please raise your hand. Any recusals? Any abstentions? Hearing none, that resolution passes. All right, second resolution is with respect to request for certification of the chairperson for an open air cafe along the Broad Street frontage of the existing plaza. Sounds like you're just taking this as a straight up yes or no. So why don't we do this one by acclamation as well?
I just want to point something out. You could buy something in a retail store and take it to one of those seats that is not a privatized area and eat, drink your coffee and eat. So anybody from the public can do that. I want to make sure people understand by certifying a particular area, it allows that retail establishment to privatize that corner for their use and only their use. Just want to make sure people understand that. Unless I have it wrong, you correct me. Okay, now go ahead.
So with that, we'll do a vote by acclamation. We're going to do a positive resolution is what I'm proposing. And so let me hear those who are opposed. And 1, 2, 3,
Hold on,
4.
I need to record them. So if you're opposed.
We're opposed to the positive resolution.
Yeah.
Okay,
You are opposed to
The-
the cafe.
Opposed to the application for the creation of an open air
No,
cafe.
just
No,
to the open
no,
air
no,
cafe.
no.
Okay.
All right, so
Opposed to
that's,
the open air cafe.
that's,
I'm done.
that's Alice. That's Richard? No? Yes? Okay. That's Gerald. That's Michael.
Rosa.
Oh, and Rosa.
Got it?
Yes, I got
Abstentions.
3 abstentions, 3
No, I'm
opposed.
abstaining. Abstaining,
You're abstaining?
yes.
Okay.
I have
Yeah.
4 opposed and 1 abstention, I think.
Where's Laura?
Or are you a
I'm
favor?
4, I'm okay with the cafe.
Okay,
That's good.
so that's, so what's the count? Hang on. Try to see.
I think we're at
Jason, you're a yes, correct?
I'm a yes.
Bill's no. Is Paul Goldstein on?
Yeah.
I'll assume you're a yes.
I'm a yes.
I really should read the creation
So,
of a
motion
privatized open air
passes,
cafe, 'cause it's a
I
good
think.
thing.
It is.
Or
It's funny how 200 water people are totally against.
who's abstaining?
Me.
I think it's a
We
Aye.
lost it.
four and
No, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. I have me. Oh, no, I didn't count you, so you're 5.
Are you on the, you're on the plan.
So 1, 2, Laura's 3,
Paul's.
Jason's 4, Paul's 5. Netta, you're a yes, right?
Yes.
So it's 6.
No.
Okay, so it carries. Narrowly. All right,
6-5.
okay.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Can I ask, are you the firm that's doing 77 Water Street?
Yes.
So you'll be coming soon to tell us about that, yeah.
I did,
Interested to hear about it.
I did,
You did what?
I did Hanover here.
Yeah, great, okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, what was that? Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have next slide.
I just learned about it today, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, guys, just 1 second.
You guys okay?
I think,
Hold on, I don't think that carried.
I think that's a tied vote.
1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 5 yeses, 1, 2, 3, 4 no's, and an abstain.
I had 3 no's and I had 4 no's and an abstain.
So that's.
So it's a tie vote.
So what does that
What
mean?
is that? Goes to pass?
Does not pass?
It means we don't have an opinion.
That means we have no
Well,
opinion.
you'll, I guess that's, then you bring it to full board, it was a no opinion, is that how it works?
We'll talk about it for 2 hours
You
then.
used to have, you need to have a majority, I think, to go forward with the board. Either way. So what passes completely is the vote for the whole project. So that goes forward. What is less obvious and trying to figure out is there are 10 votes and we're tied 5-5.
That's,
Now, were you here for the first vote?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so, yeah.
Not to ask you a dumb question, but does it make a whit of difference if we say no to this? They still can go ahead if you get chairperson certification, just because the community board is against it. This is advisory still, there's
It
nothing.
doesn't go to the
I don't,
council.
let me ask
It does
Go
go
to the mayor.
It goes to DCP.
Hold on.
but it's
1, 2,
advisory.
Let's do it.
3, 4, 5,
There's 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
That's true, Alex.
No.
Who's my other yes?
We should just. All right, just
Hold
time
on.
out. All right. Patrick, Laura, Jason, Paul Goldstein, Netta, Tammy. Yes, okay, that's 6.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, Alice,
Then you're fine.
Rosa, Gerald,
Michael.
Kramer are no's with Richard and abstain, so it carries. Okay.
It carries.
That was 6.
Yep,
6 to 4.
my mouth is going on my 6. Okay, yep, it passes.
That sounds good.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Sorry for the confusion. All good. All right, guys.
It's going to be.
Just like this.
Six.
Yeah, that's,
Wow.
no, an abstention is a no, so.
Okay, yeah.
Right, all right.
What else do we have next?
Okay, so next gonna be 88 Pine Street.
And the gentleman's online.
Our presenter is with us. You'll unmute, introduce yourself and tell us about the project.
Hi, good evening. My name is Frederick Becker. I was online, by the way, at 10 to 6 and frantically trying to get your attention when you were looking for me at
Sorry.
6 o'clock before you put me over for this very lengthy discussion, but I learned an awful lot.
I'll tell you, I don't know whether it was made clear to you, but we do ask that our presenters be in person to the extent possible. So sorry about that.
Well, I'm not in New York City, so that's not possible. Anyway, So this application is for 88 Pine Street. It's a large 29-story building located on the southeast corner of Water and Maiden Lane. This was a Board of Standards and Appeals project back in 69 and 79 regarding floor area. There is a plaza that exists that wraps around from Water Street through what was formerly Pine Street. The proposal before you is to convert the entrance on Water Street, which is currently two revolving doors and a separate handicapped accessible entrance, to two vestibules that will be more handicapped accessible. Think of an airport type of vestibule with double doors and an electric eye, as well as this is going to meet the energy conservation. The reason we are before you and the Board of Standards and Appeals is because we require 300 square feet out of over 100,000 square feet in the building, actually a lot more than that, and we encroach into the plaza. We do not have an issue of lot coverage. We are taking away 300 square feet from the plaza in an area that is really not a plaza so much as a front yard. The main plaza is on former Pine Street. We are not interfering with that at all. And we think that we have a viable application given the basis for our request. So thank you very much.
And we have slides.
Yeah. Just some visual.
We have your BSA application, but do you have a slide deck that you can show? Because we would not be able to.
I do not.
Do you have our slide?
What's the image from the city? What does that even? What applicant is the city?
No, the applicant is the private owner. I'm the applicant.
Can you pull it up? I mean, I have to.
I think Lauren, Lauren has the slides from the application, so we're gonna share the slides so you can talk us through some of this. Because
Okay.
Mr. Becker, as you've seen from the last presentation, we're a fairly visually oriented board and would not normally say yes to anything without full representation and presentations.
Why don't you go to
And
page P001? I think that describes it all.
You know what page on your 55-page application that is?
It would be probably towards the bottom. Just keep going, keep going, keep going.
Oops, Lauren, do me a favor, go back to pictures, because pictures will orient the. So everybody sees what we're
You need to
looking at.
rotate this to the right 90 degrees.
Yeah. Not sure how.
Oh, can you open it with Google?
Sorry, AP001.
P001.
Or open it with Google Docs.
This plan, you know, there's two plans. If you keep scrolling, you've got two plans that are pretty effective in showing what he's talking about. It's further down, that even better.
This is not white building.
Keep going.
Yeah.
What are we
It's
doing there?
towards the very
They
bottom.
wanna- They want to take two entries that exist that are handicap accessible, that are in the building, and they want to
It's-
push them out so that it's into the plaza.
Keep going.
Put a sign on top of the new building. That's what-
Like,
Okay, you're getting close. Keep going.
because.
There-
Street of-
Here it is.
Okay, so what you have,
Yes,
if
I
you
can-
tilt your heads, is on the right is Water Street, on the bottom is Maiden Lane. The two rectangles are the vestibules that are being put into the plaza to replace revolving doors and separate handicapped accessible entrance. So, and they are a total of 300 square feet.
Can you show the page that's the existing condition so that?
Go back up a
pages.
little further. AP001. Or actually E001. Keep going. Keep going. That stop, that's it.
Well, if you, but it's easier.
Okay, sorry, you understand the pages very well. We're just going.
No, I apologize for my inability to present in person and to do this as well, but what you have now, this is the existing condition, which is three doors. Yes, three revolving doors, and there are separate handicapped entrances as well. So
So there's 6 separate handicap accessible.
Well, it actually, the handicapped if you look at the revolving door, there is partially towards the revolving door, you can come in with the handicapped access. It's like right before the handicapped door.
Yeah.
It's on the side of the revolving
Right,
door.
so you have 6 actually right now.
No,
Correct.
3. Well, three handicapped and 3 revolving doors, correct?
What's the proposed look like?
It takes it and puts it outside on the
Well, we
public
gotta see it.
property.
Go back to P001. Slide to the,
There's
yes,
no comparison to that.
that's it. This is what the proposed looks like. And if you go up further, you'll see there's a visual, an elevation.
How big is the volume of that?
There it is.
They're 150 square feet each, basically 15 by 10.
Is that 11 feet out, the canopy? You have a canopy above?
Yes, the canopy is part of the vestibule, correct?
And how wide is that? I can't read it off your building.
I'll tell you exactly. It is 16'4", the canopy. The width is 16'4", and the vestibule is 10'8" and 1/3 inches.
So
11
there
feet.
are
yeah.
3 entrances, now there are 2.
And they've
separate.
taken away the center. They put a
Center,
sculpture in the center.
What's in the center?
They're putting a sculpture, and so what they've done is they've taken what is inside the building in their space, and they've brought it out to the public space. This is a POP, this is a privately owned public space.
And what's the reason for doing this?
It's a combination of complying with the Energy Conservation Code, and it's for better handicapped accessibility.
Explain the first, could you explain the first part? Maybe explain both.
The Energy Conservation Code is something the building is complying with pursuant to the architect. And this is a better solution or meets the requirements of the Energy Conservation Code. And this is an easier access. It's not a separate door. It's not a separate push door. You can just go straight in whether you are, and if you're if you have any sort of physical difficulty, this is a much easier access for you. So it's a superior entrance for someone who is physically disabled.
Can you explain how it's superior if you still have the same mechanisms of a door that operate, whether it's 3 feet further in or it's flush?
Because this will operate with an electric eye. And it'll be automatic.
And you can't make the other one operate with an electric eye?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to chime in on this. I think the one thing that's missing here from your presentation, if I may, is to say that this is a redo of this building's facade in some way to allow that on this 11-foot wide, that's quite a width, 11-foot wide, coming out of the building canopy, you have the new title of your building and all of that going on. So to me, this is a very clever way to have a new facade with a new advertisement for your new building, and the refreshing that you'll be doing, which is, very wonderful. But I don't really think this is about the need for handicapped accessibility or an energy code compliance, I have to say.
Is that true, Mr. Becker? Is this part of a larger facade project?
I do not know. I was retained solely for this item. I don't know what's happening with the rest of the building.
What is this?
It's important.
What is the action? What is the action that
We are currently in excess of permitted floor area. This is requiring an additional 300 square feet of floor area. So we are over the permitted floor area and have to return to the BSA to request the additional 300 square feet.
If you look at further drawings, you'll see the new elevation with this new canopy that I'm talking about, which is what.
So the action has nothing to do with any sort of plaza or anything?
Yes, it's taking
No, but hold on.
Plaza.
The action is a BSA for additional floor area above and what.
That is
I didn't
correct.
hear any words about plaza. I didn't hear any words about anything else. So we need to be, so that's it. So why would we ever be in favor of a BSA case? Someone going to the BSA for additional floor area? I
In
mean,
a special permit plaza.
no, just,
Yes.
well, it's
Well,
not a,
yes, it
it's
is.
not disobeying apparently any of the plaza regulations. That's what this man just said.
This isn't under the water, same Water Street.
No, this isn't an fellowship.
No.
It's
It
allowed.
happens to be on Water Street, and it happens to be a very handsome modern building that's all.
Is it
white.
the IM Pay building?
Yes, this is the IM
Oh,
Pay
sorry.
building.
It's very unpaid.
Is it IMPay?
Yes.
Yes. And his office is still handling,
Yeah,
still handling the project, correct?
wait, his office, this is his office's design?
Yes, this is, Pay Cobb Fried is the architect.
Yes.
Yes.
See, they would retain such a renowned architect for a very small project, or he's still
They've,
larger?
they've been handling the building since it was built, so I guess the owner believes in a certain level of loyalty.
Does it say that? Does it say
It doesn't
pay
say
from-
pay.
or maybe it does.
It
Is it the
does.
same owner this
It's-
time?
If you look in the upper right-hand corner above the architect's seal, you'll see the name of the architectural firm.
Let me ask you this, do you have is there a hearing date with,
No, we have no hearing date.
is there, any time restriction that you're aware of right now that, like, if you were to maybe get some answers to some of our questions about the broader scope of what's really going on here, get some renderings that you could come
Oh.
back to us?
You have, if you go further, you'll see a visual elevation of what's happening.
That would
Go
be
to page-
helpful to see an elevation.
So P, there you go.
Here it is. That's what I was talking about.
Oh,
You see how it comes out.
Well, but that coming out,
But
if it's
88.
as of right, then so be it, I think, in some ways.
I don't think it is,
Not
that's
as
a
a
right, that's why. That's
No,
why.
I thought you talked about the canopy, I'm sorry. It's just these coming out, pop outs because of a floor area not happening. Why don't you put a hole on the 13th floor and then relocate the floor area and save the special permit and do?
They've tried everything they could. This is not a special permit, it's a special order calendar application. And they've tried everything they can. They've already given back mechanical space. They do not have mechanical space or hole to give back at this point. Believe me, if they had, they would have.
I wish you had more visuals of this. I mean, this is, I mean,
So here's a question, Mr. Becker. We're going through your, what you sent for the whole BSA application. I am sure since you're working with such a renowned architect on this, that you could actually get us a presentation that could be shown with a couple slides and visuals for next month.
I won't be back in New York till April.
Well, you're not with us now anyway, you're online. So the
Right.
question would be, can you be online or have someone come in person next month?
I can ask. That's the best I can do. And I also, we do have the time. So I'm willing for this to have your questions. I'll raise the questions with the architect. They're reasonable questions. We can certainly schedule this for next month and then go from there.
Okay.
How's that? Does that work?
Would you also just be so kind as to make sure that the applicant, architect, or yourself are able to describe whether this is part of a larger project that's going on at the building? I think that would help us kind of understand what we're really looking at here.
To the best of my knowledge, this is not part of a larger project, but I will confirm that.
Thank you. Okay, great, thanks.
Thank
We'll
you
see you
very
next month.
much, Mr. Becker, and if you are online with us in advance, please let us know, that if you will have anybody in the room with you next time, because that certainly would be more helpful. B, obviously with all the information that we've requested, and then just ping the person in advance so we know you're online. Okay?
Okay, I thought I had done that, actually. My name was listed as an attendee before the meeting even started.
And just so you know, Mr. Becker, we do request anybody looking for any action from the board, which includes approvals of any type of application, to have representation in the room to be able to answer questions.
Okay, I appreciate that. This is the first community board meeting I've done in 3 years, even post-COVID, where this request has been made. So it's a new one for me. I understand it, but not any of the other 58 community boards have asked for it. So therefore, I apologize for not being present or needing to be present. But I understand.
do you think, when you come back, Pay's office could include some kind of a rendering so we could really get a sense of how this will
I'll
look.
send the drawings. I wish people had looked at them. There's an entire set of drawings. There are 48 pages of drawings. I poured over them. I don't just did them. I don't know why whatever.
They should have had a separate.
Oh, we come here to see the drawings. We don't all have that
I
time,
agree.
sorry.
Well, they're here, but then they should present them.
They should, that's
Yeah.
on them.
He can't,
Exactly.
he can't
Yeah.
We
present.
apologize.
But they
We
did have
respect that.
fairness to them.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're moving on, guys.
All right.
Mr. Becker?
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Third and finally, but certainly not least, on our agenda. Who's marked public hearing? Do we need to open it as a public hearing
For a couple
for
of
City of
minutes.
Yes? Okay, so, in addition to our committee's final discussion and coming to a resolution on, the City of Yes zoning for economic opportunity zoning text amendment, we have this marked for a public hearing, which is one of our charter mandated obligations. And so, are there any members of the public? We'll open the public hearing at 7:29 PM. And ask if there are any members of the public who wish to be heard on this item. Seeing none in the room, are there any online? And to indicate so, you just have to hit the raise hand feature. All right, seeing none, we'll close our public hearing, again, at 7:29 PM. We're gonna go on now for the committee's, final consideration and, coming to a resolution on this very vast piece of legislation.
Can you I need to pull up the document?
Do we have George's?
Because that will be really helpful. I
We
bet.
have three
Well,
or
let's-
four different.
So,
We also have a slide deck as well.
Oh,
okay, great. So why don't we have, the applicant and Department of City Planning walk us through, the latest and the greatest? And then we will hear from, George Shanes, our, land use consultant, who's helping us with this, particular, zoning text amendment. For the committee members, you should receive George's two memos. One is a larger memo, detailing the 18 proposals and changes, and then a shorter one really honing in on how it may or may not affect, things in Community District 1 and really highlighting those several proposals that George believes we should be most focused on.
It was a superb document. I cannot thank you
And we
enough.
also have our city council person who provided a spreadsheet that's in the document of what affects what.
Yes, thank you guys very much for that. Councilmember Marte's office. Connor, I think I saw you on there too. Thanks for putting that together. Okay.
Ready to go?
Going to the table or?
Because it's hard to hear online. I know that from my online experience.
Great, thanks again for having us, everyone. If we have not already met, my name is Matt Gutierrez. I'm the DCP liaison to Community Board 1. I am once again joined by Matt Waskevich, who has been the project manager for ZEO, has like a wealth of knowledge on this topic. And also Chris Lee, he's a senior planner in our zoning division, and he's been doing a real deep dive in all things Governor's Island, so he's gonna be able to help us illuminate some details on that. And we're also joined by Ezra Moser, the district, the Central Business District team lead, but he's gonna be virtual today. So like with last time, our slide deck is far longer than, what we will actually go through. A lot of these slides, the appendix are there. If we want to zoom into a certain thing toward the end, we're not gonna get through all 63 slides, I believe. The most relevant ones are in the beginning. It's to kind of resume our conversation about Governor's Island and how the new uses would be on Governor's Island. So we can dive into that. If you go to the next slide, please. And so this, kind of similar to what I just said, we're gonna go through kind of giving more information on Governor's Island, what new uses would be permitted. We're gonna have a conversation about that and answer your questions. And then, again, like last time, allowing you to steer the conversation beyond that point if there are particular proposals that you want to zoom in on. We have the appendix slides, and we can kind of allow you to take the conversation where you'd like to go. Next slide, please. All right, so some of the formatting got a little strange, but as you can, so the highlighted portion, so we're going to be speaking just begin on the northern sub-district of Governor's Island. So to begin, I just want to note that the size restrictions for as of right permitted uses would be maintained, meaning that certifications would still be required for establishments that are beyond 7,500 square feet. Right off the bat, I wanted to make that clear that will be maintained. The transient accommodations, those are unchanged. For retail and services, the northern subdistrict permits a range of retail and service uses, and the proposal would permit a wider, more complete range of these uses that are consistent with neighborhood and commercial districts citywide. So a concrete example of this would be, today, umbrella repairs are restricted, but hat repairs are permitted. And so under this proposal, both would be allowed and be considered personal goods repair uses. Offices and laboratories, like transient accommodations, would also be unchanged under this proposal. And for amusement and recreation, today, the northern subdistrict also permits a wide range of indoor and outdoor amusements. But the proposal would maintain this, but also use new terminology and to allow for a broader range of uses. So another example would be that bowling alleys and billiard halls are well-established permitted uses, but zoning is less clear about new uses such as laser tag. And so the proposal would allow for a fuller range of these uses as well.
Can you comment on the uses that we had prescribed and removed in the dialogue and agreement with Governor's Island as to whether this would supersede and allow those to return?
So I think if possible, actually, do you have?
That was the question that I asked, very specifically targeted to this.
Sure.
If I may, I believe that this is a conversation that none of the four of us have sufficient context for, as far as what was, discussed during the actual crafting of the Governor's Island text. If I'm understanding the question correctly, it sounds like you're asking about what were some uses that maybe the trust or trust and DCP were discussing be permitted that were then restricted or eliminated. And if that's the case, we can try to get back to you with that information, but that's something that none of the four of us have answers to.
I definitely think Ezra, I would like that. And I think you need to have that because they were in the discussions with DCP at the table for use groups and things that were removed from the zoning that we did with Governor's Island. That we really, rely on you as the city organization to come back to us and say, we know the work you've already done with us. This does not change that on a contextual, localized level.
Yeah, well, we can certainly get that info from folks who were there, and then we can use that to cross-reference with this proposal.
Awesome, because we'll need that before full board, because that could seriously jeopardize what we're talking about here.
Okay.
We've already learned from the Water Street text amendment. You don't know what you don't know, and if you don't ask and you don't have the information, you will regret it later. Speaking from personal experience.
Can I just get a clarification? What is the zoning that we're talking about here? Is it C4?
Northern subdistrict is C2, I believe.
Northern subdistrict is actually mapped in R3 districts, and then the special district, it turns on commercial uses. That is akin to C2, a C2 district. So in the special district text, we've included most of C2 uses. That's being fitted for this northern subdistrict.
And Chair, to your question, it'd be helpful to understand if there are particular uses you have concerns about, or if there are ones that were part of those negotiations. As Ezra mentioned, none of the four of us here were at the table at that time.
Yeah, I mentioned it last time, just my hope was that you would have researched it instead of us. But I can see what I can find.
Yeah, I just
Again,
understand. I would like to know if the board has any concerns about a particular use.
And so, in a few more slides, we maybe open up for a more holistic conversation about Governor's Island, but I just want to make sure that we go through the next slide, which is also about the northern subdistrict. All right, so regarding storage, the proposal would allow for small micro distribution facilities up to 2,500 square feet. And then as far as production goes, The sub-district already permits a range of production uses, and the proposal would allow for a wider range, but subjected to size and environmental controls consistent with neighborhood commercial districts citywide. So another example would be that watchmaking is permitted today, but camera making is not. So we would, the proposal seeking to make kind of break down these arbitrary distinctions between those uses. If we could go to the next slide, please, then we can kind of transition to the southern subdistrict. So as with the northern subdistrict, the transient accommodations and office and laboratories, those are both unchanged. The southern subdistrict allows for larger retail services establishments than the northern subdistrict. And it would also permit a wider range that are consistent with the C4 commercial districts citywide. So another example would be large fabric stores that are restricted today, but large furniture stores are permitted. So the proposal would permit both in the case. And for amusement and recreation, the southern subdistrict allows a wide range of indoor and outdoor amusements, just like the northern subdistrict. The proposal would maintain this, but use new terminology meant to broaden the range of these uses. So this goes back to the example I mentioned a moment ago, having to do with, well-established uses like bowling alleys and billiards halls. And, there's no, zoning is less clear on certain more contemporary activities such as laser tag that doesn't fit neatly into our existing terminology. And then if we can go to one more slide, please. Okay, so for storage, so for today, the southern subdistrict permits warehouses, and the proposal would allow for small scale micro distribution facilities up to 5,000 square feet on the ground floor, I should add. And then for production, the southern subdistrict permits a wider range of production uses also than is allowed in the northern subdistrict. The proposal would again increase the range of these productions, but still subject them to all of the size and environmental controls that you can find in C4 districts citywide. So, for example, pharmaceutical manufacturing today is in fact permitted, but soap manufacturing is restricted. So again, clarifying those and making more common sense of regulations as far as production goes in the southern subdistrict.
Again, a clarification, the seaport is a C46, 89 South Street. So anything we're talking about in the southern portion of the Governor's Island could also happen at the South Street Seaport.
That's generally right, yeah. But then the special district does more than just C4, it allows for more uses. That's what is in the special district today. So we're also respecting that.
Would the special district supersede, which one is higher?
Special district supersedes the underlying, right? So in the special district text, it also allows for all sorts of open amusement uses. And what we're merely trying to do in ZO is just translating that into the new use framework.
Yeah, so mechanically, just to sort of try and like all this together, two separate things are going on here. Proposal 2 in the underlying zoning looks at the use distinctions between, say, C1 and C2 district and C4, C5 and C6 districts. And generally speaking, it tries to, in the underlying zoning, make C4, 5, and 6 much more akin to each other, make C1 and C2 much more akin to each other. So that's proposal 2. But where in the special district you have inconsistent terminology or things that would be inconsistent generally, this proposal tries to unite those a little bit more. So that's one part of this, and that relates to retail and services and also amusements. The other part of this is updating the terms themselves. So this is proposal 6 in the underlying zoning, where you take I think the example is billiard parlors, and updating that to be an indoor amusement or recreational facility in the new zoning framework. So those are changes we're making to the terms in the zoning citywide. And then as a necessity, we are reflecting those terms into the special districts, because today you do have different use terms in many special districts as opposed to the underlying, and it creates all sorts of issues when it comes to interpreting the zoning.
So we talked about use groups 12, 15, and 18 that
Yes.
were amended or removed,
12, 15, and 18 were amended
Yep.
or
including but not limited to amusement uses, permanent residential, non-maritime industrial uses, sewage removal, maritime transfer stations, and private beaches. And we said that they were not appropriate for the island.
Okay.
This does, as far as I understand correctly, if I understand correctly, include amusement uses. You know, you're talking about a bowling alley, we were talking about a mini coney island.
Yes.
But those were what we wanted and agreed to be removed, non-maritime industrial. We weren't looking for it to turn into a sewage treatment plant either.
Yep. And my admittedly limited understanding is that that kind of thing is maintained, but as we go through the presentation, I would just ask Chris if you would look into some of the details.
Sorry, when you talk about 12, 15 and those other uses, which sub-district are you referring to?
We said overall for the entire island.
Oh, sorry, that's not, you're referring to your request right now.
Yeah.
To limit those
Yep,
things as
I
opposed to
found
what
it.
is in the text. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
And if we can go to the next slide, we'll just, this will be very brief, and we can just open it up for questions about the entire island. So in the open space sub-area, which is located within the southern sub-district, the proposal maintains the current range of uses that are permitted today. Both in the central open space and also on the piers. So much less text on this slide because it is really,
You speak up.
oh, sorry, so
Nothing new?
no.
No.
So in the open space sub area, both in the central open space area and the piers, everything that's highlighted in orange, the proposal would maintain the current range of uses that are currently permitted.
So on the piers today, they allow, well, the zoning specifies basically water dependent uses and we're maintaining that framework there. And off the pier in the sub area, they're allowing for only a couple of uses. We're just translating it to the new use framework.
So before we go any further, I think obviously there's a lot to talk about with this, so maybe we could just pause right here and kind of address any other questions that have to do with Governor's Island, and the new uses.
Just curious what Governor's Island, like, what the folks there, have they spoken to, and there are things that they highlighted as concerns?
I would need to look into that.
Did Department of City Planning have a special meeting with them on this, or?
I would imagine so, but I was not privy to that, but I can look into it.
Matt would know if there was, but my, I believe the answer is no.
No, there wasn't a meeting with them.
I'm not aware of a meeting, but that doesn't mean that one did not occur.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, so to go back to what Michael had asked earlier, this isn't just Governor's Island that this is affecting, it's also affecting Seaport, correct?
One size fits all.
Yes.
Michael's saying that the Seaport is a C64 district.
C46.
C46, which was downsized as part of the LM, or what's it called, LM?
LMM.
But that LM prevails over this change is happening at the C6, the C46 level that coincidentally is happening on Governor's Island. And this wouldn't be the right forum to even address how it affects the Seaport. I think it sounds like it's a wash, right? Do we agree that?
It is,
special
it is the
district
right form.
is-
It's about understanding how it all integrates. So you're dead on.
So,
You're dead on. It's related.
okay, well, whatever. Michael's point, I don't think was answered necessarily, but was it, Michael?
No, I'm concerned about what new uses might be available at the Seaport.
How, yeah, so can we find out how that's related, really?
George's, my name's George Diamond.
So is your concern about the Seaport and less so about new uses that would be happening in Governor's Island, or?
Well, I'm
concerns?
taking the lessons from Governor's Island and applying them to the Seaport.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I'm not sure we want a casino at the Seaport.
So I think Alice rightly raises that maybe
we're at a point where we steer the ship, into George's memos and, look at this as an overall, what we have a job to do that's not just related to Governor's Island or the Seaport, but, is related to the text amendment overall. And George, maybe you can just walk us through.
Yeah, I'm sorry, before we get off of these slides right here, can we go back a slide? I just have one other question. So you mentioned that the proposal would allow a wider range of production, but subject them to size and environmental controls. So this is already spelled out in C4, or there are new environmental controls being proposed
Today's
as well?
C4 districts, use group 11 is permitted, and that's for custom manufacturing uses. The difference is that the custom manufacturing uses in use group 11 are not subject to environmental standards. What we're doing here is in use group 10, we're subjecting them to environmental standards with more custom manufacturers.
So this is the small scale clean production proposal in the underlying zoning. It's-
So, but
it's
the
updating-
example that you've given is pharmaceutical manufacturing and soap making.
Correct.
I mean, soap making would have been prohibited because at the time that I would presume that this was written, it was because of lye. And that's an environmental hazard that could be explosive. So there's a public safety issue involved in all of this. What would prohibit somebody from now in the Seaport make lye soap again and create an environmental?
Presumably, if that substance,
Well,
right?
I mean,
So
still asking the
under the
question.
city's right to know legislation, if a substance triggers that right to know, they're not allowed to locate in commercial districts, period.
Say again?
So the city's right to know legislation for potentially hazardous substances. If any business is going to be using a material that is on that list, they are not allowed to locate in any commercial district. And that's built into the zoning itself.
It's also twofold. One is performance standards, which are used in the, manufacturing chapter of our zoning resolution, which regulates fire hazards and, contaminants, noise and that kind of stuff. And then the second fold is, with custom manufacturing, we're also slapping on an additional, set of standards based on state regulations. I believe the section is, 153 of the state environmental rules, which regulates air contaminants. So those are like the whole package that we'd be slapping on for custom manufacturing.
So going back to the original example, and pharmaceutical manufacturing is considered use group 11 today. But in the future, and soap making is, I think it's 17, it's 17 or 18, but it is in the higher use groups and so not allowed at all in commercial districts. What this proposal does is say both are allowed, but subject to the right to know, potentially hazardous substances, subject to air quality standards from the state, subject to performance standards that we apply to all of our cities' MX districts, and then subject to additional venting requirements that we're adding into the zone.
Can I, just further on my request, Patrick, if you can put up, my understanding of today was that we're writing a resolution on this City of Yes to Economic Opportunity zoning text amendment, and George has been hired by this board to help work with us, which he has indeed done. He's provided this extraordinary summary, which I think if we put up, each point by point was extremely well done, and we could just respond to that for the resolution and then.
Bobby, I think that's great.
Okay.
That'll get us there.
And I have to.
Across the finish line.
Right.
That's great. That's a national championship. Nice. We all want to do this. If we can.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're talking about the shorter one, right?
It's the one that was the summary of the.
Right, the 7-page one is the summary.
Yes, it was fully done.
You copies?
I'm sorry, I did not.
Well, that's fine.
I'll make some copies.
But I think if you pull it up, it'll be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll find
Yeah,
it.
I didn't bring it because I just assumed it'd be on the screen.
I can forward it or.
She's got it. Just bring it
Yeah,
up.
just put it on the screen.
But it's, yeah. George had outlined what we would say if we supported a particular one of the 18 different positions and what it would say if we didn't, which was a good way to look at this.
But I would also say that you should feel free to say whatever you want.
Absolutely, but it was a very helpful way for us to.
Something
There we
like
go.
that.
Please make it as large as possible.
Thank you.
So there we go.
And DCP has not had an opportunity to review this yet, is that?
I
right?
have never seen this.
No,
I'm eager to look at it just as
Um,
you are.
So
George, you'll
because,
get this.
Yeah.
It's your guy. You can do whatever you
George
want.
was hired by us to help us because welcome to volunteerism.
Okay, so, I mean, I can go through these one at a time because they're asking for your opinion on every one of these things, right?
Yes, and we will be voting, just so everybody knows. The spreadsheet that we were given by the city is to vote yes or no on each proposal.
Yeah, it's a helpful suggested worksheet that was provided by the Department of City Planning. We can still use our traditional resolution method. What I would think would work here would be a resolution that's a little bit more detailed with just some of the factual background as George captured it. But, you know, modeled along with and going along with the suggested worksheet that City Planning's put out.
I think that's a good approach.
So we can even attach, if we kind of have yes and no answers, and we want to attach it as, you know, an exhibit or appendix or whatever to our resolution, we could do that.
Or you should feel free to cut and paste.
There we go.
Good luck.
And I thought one of the exercises that was very helpful is just to decide which
Yeah.
position you're in for 1 through 18, according to the summary, so.
It's not gonna get any easier, we just gotta go through them, so let's
Right.
just go through.
Okay. Do you want me to go through them?
Why don't we scroll down and, yeah, if you can quickly summarize, what's the proposal?
Okay.
What is a yes vote, what's a no vote?
Okay, so allowing non-conforming uses to reoccupy vacant spaces without time limits. This one hardly affects your board because you have almost all commercial districts. You have a very small residential area. I say if you defer your recommendation to other boards like CB3 and CB2, where this is a very big issue, that would be reasonable. However, if you would like to make a recommendation, a yes vote might say zoning already allows non-conforming uses to extend without time limit in some places, and this change simplifies the regulations.
This is the one, George, that they're talking about this storefront.
Right, the grandfathering, which is not a term that everybody likes, but it's a non-conforming use, right? So right now, the way it is that if you have a non-conforming use and it's vacant for 2 years, it's got to go to a conforming use. There are exceptions in R5 through R7 districts outside of historic districts that don't have to do that. However, you know, those exceptions were written in 1976 to facilitate the rehabilitation of abandoned buildings. So it was very, very narrow reason for doing that. And so, you know, you might say, a no vote to this might say, this is residentially zoned space that can be used for housing. Since we have a housing crisis, require these vacant commercial spaces to be converted to residential or community facility uses, which is where the need is. And in fact, DCP should consider reversing the exception to the R5 through R7 districts, since the conditions that led to that exception no longer exist in the city. Now, you have to say that these spaces are often very difficult to convert into housing. But it's not impossible and it has happened.
Vote for 2, okay.
Yeah, go with two, would you vote?
So what are we doing on 1?
Not applicable, it sounds, I mean, show me the
Well-
one street where this is applicable.
Yeah,
I'd
right.
like to see the effect of it, but I can't.
So we're going no? Is this a no vote, you're saying?
George, could I
It's a
ask
yes
you
vote or a no
to consider Southbridge whenever you talk about this?
Yes, so I actually, Southbridge is the one place where, you know, it's the one residential area and it's called out a number of times here. However, I actually looked and there are no non-conforming uses in Southbridge right now.
There are some vacant retail that hasn't been filled for a while.
Is that right?
There are
In the residential
In
area?
Southbridge.
Okay, according to Zola, there is nothing. So that's interesting.
So the
It may be
retail would be
accessory.
non-conforming and would have to be converted to residential per option 2 here, is that?
So
What that means?
Southbridge is a residential district, R8. Okay, so it is not exempted. And if it is not an accessory use, it would have to convert either into a community facility like a doctor's office or something like that, or a residential use.
So the board could take it back for residential.
In theory, yes, yes. I mean, I think the details matter. And again, I looked at the map and I looked to see if there was a non-conforming use there, and I didn't see it prior to this.
It's in interior.
Okay, all right. So this actually may apply to a small portion of your district.
So I'm trying to lay my hands on the sort of helpful flow sheet form from city planning.
Yeah, I have it up.
There's also a link on our website.
Yes, yeah, that's this one.
You want me to email that to you?
Yeah, just maybe cover it quickly. So, we don't have to follow this model, but it has support, don't support, and requested modification. I mean, I think it's fair to say we don't take a position on it, and I think George's recommendation of deferring to other community boards who may have, and I would hate to undercut other community boards, that may have these issues just because it doesn't apply to us. So by taking a position that's either yes or no, or we don't care, I think saying we take no position and defer to other community boards might be our third option.
But it does apply, you just said, and I thought.
In a small area.
It does apply in a small area, and I do think that we have to take into account things that we have stood and said are super important to our board, like housing, affordable housing. And if there's an opportunity because to take a look and do affordable housing, I would request a modification that you be able to allocate some of this to be able to be taken back to do affordable housing. Especially because in buildings where what we're being told by, we have small buildings, so I'll take any affordable housing.
So the requested modification is what specifically?
And the question is that a yes unless, like, what are you voting for? It's a question for.
Well, Michael, what's your concern in this one spot, since you know it?
Well,
I know the area, but.
I would think that the Board of South, I can't speak for the Board of Southbridge, but I would think that if they're unable to rent it for retail, they would love to take it back for residential.
I will note that that's the zoning today. They can take it back for residential today because proposal one does not apply in an R8 district. So they have the ability.
How would it apply to?
So they have vacant retail in this R8 district. They can convert that to residential at any time, but they cannot reoccupy that space with another commercial use.
If it's been
So
vacant.
you're sort of testing your hypothesis here, right? What would happen if this didn't go through? Well, that's already the case in Southbridge.
For example, Independence Plaza, Gateway Plaza, other large residential complexes that have vacant retail all on ground floor.
That's.
They're not R8, are they?
They're not
They're not-
residential.
They're not zoned as residential.
They're all commercial. They're all commercial.
So we have no downside to just saying yes to that, is what you're basically saying.
I would actually be inclined to say yes, because I think that one thing I've realized from the impact of COVID in our city is that there is so much retail and it has suffered so enormously. And a lot of it frankly is not suitable to be converted into residential. Not only that, but the ones that aren't converted into residential or that are existing commercial spaces that ended up being converted to residential and then having residential on the ground floor. Those are not particularly awesome residential environments and experiences. And they really take away from the sidewalk experience of walking through our streets. And I think that that's actually a critical thing, because you walk past all of these empty storefronts right now, and it is depressing as, okay, I'm not gonna swear, but I mean, it's seriously depressing. And I think that part of the vibrancy and experience of New York is frankly that you do have an active, variated sidewalk experience or pedestrian experience. And when you make that all private by going residential, instead of having it as a potential commercial usage, then that really diminishes that public realm experience. And so I would actually,
Can I just counter that a little bit?
yeah.
A lot of the vacant storefronts are vacant because the rents are too high. If there's some requirement that there's a time limit to make use of this space, they might actually lower the rents and generate a commercial tenant where they're not allowing essentially, they're not effectively allowing that space to be rented because it's unaffordable. So maybe some carrot and stick is required here.
But it means that also then, once taken out of commercial usage, it could not revert back. It would be a permanent privatization of the ground floor.
Well, privatization is
Well,
not the
in
right
private
word, but
usage.
it could go to a community use, which is positive use, certainly.
So is that?
Okay. So we're on 1 of 18. Can we straw poll where we are, yes, no, or modification? So who would be in favor of this?
What are you voting? You're voting?
Yes.
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 This is just a straw poll, right?
Yeah, right.
Yep. Okay, who's opposed? Oh, yeah.
On number one, are you, is it a yes vote or a no vote?
Yep.
No.
Okay, and how about,
I would be no as well.
okay, so a couple of no's, mostly yes, and then how about with modification?
My question for both Richard and for Gerald is, would it be a yes with modification or just a straight no? Like
So
where,
the modification would be, give me an idea of what that might look like. Just
Yes.
No, we're not,
Yeah.
that's like.
But that's what
fact finding and zoning, we're not making a zoning.
but
like,
DCP is asking for a request of modification.
Well, we don't have one for this, because you have to be a zoning expert to
Okay.
see how you want to modify such a thing.
Okay.
Everybody agree?
I mean, I'm a zoning expert.
I did.
I'm not modifying these things.
Yes.
Okay, so,
I mean, I was trying to.
all right, so we're a yes on one, all right?
A long.
Let's keep rolling.
A yes on one, a yes on one with two no's.
Right. Yes on one, that's a no's.
Yeah, but, okay.
Okay, less the difference between commercial districts. So this is essentially what Matt said about if there's going to be 3 commercial districts, C1 and C2, C4, 5, and 6, and then C8. And so a yes vote might say the distinctions between the uses allowed in the C4 through C6 districts are small and largely not noticeable to lay people. The change will allow slightly more uses to occupy the C5 portion of the financial district and allow these buildings to attract more types of tenants and lower vacancy. A no vote might say this change, together with changes that bring amusements, nightclubs, and production uses of unlimited size to C4 through C6 districts, risk undermining the integrity of the financial district as a place where serious business is done. The financial district is already competing with Hudson Yards, East Midtown, Jersey City. And these changes have the potential to undermine the quality of the tenants in these buildings and thereby alter the reputation and reality of the financial district's role in the economy of New York City. Now, this is kind of combining a couple of things here because it combines some of the other things that are coming later. But it essentially is this kind of, do you want open season on uses in the financial district?
Can I get a clarification? As I mentioned before, the Seaport is C46. 250 Water Street is C64.
Yeah.
So that, yeah.
There's not that many. I mean, honestly, the difference is mostly with the 5. It's mostly with the 5, right? The C4 and the C6, they basically, I don't know, you probably know off the top of your head, like, there are not very many differences.
A C4 and a C6 have mostly the same uses, as George mentioned. The C5 has restricted uses compared to the C6, but Lower Manhattan's an exception to that, where the special district includes a lot more uses in the C5 than your typical C5. So, for example, movie theaters is one that we cite because you have Alamo Drafthouse across the street from 120 Broadway. That's not allowed in other C5 districts in Midtown, but it's allowed in this one because it's special district. So there are, unfortunately, for trying to simplify this for you all, there's layers of nuance. But that's the general answer, is that C4 and C6 are generally the same when it comes to use.
For projects that have already gone through the ULURP process, generally, this is a legal question, I think, just generally, the law doesn't work retroactively. right? If you haven't, if you got your ULURP and you change this law this year, you can't say, well, projects that may remain unvested or incomplete in some way have to now apply these now, like these changes that Michael's saying might affect a sweet spot site in our neighborhood wouldn't actually affect it because the law would be after the fact. Is that right?
Not being an attorney,
Okay.
No.
this is a citywide text amendment. So it changes underlying zoning for any C4 or any C6 district in the city with regard at least to proposal 2 with the uses that are allowed in that district. So if you have a project from 5 years ago, let's say, or you have a project that was approved under ULURP but not built, that project, at whatever point in the future that this might be adopted, at that point would then allow those new uses.
So Councilmember Marte did a spreadsheet on what new uses are newly allowed for Community Board 1. He didn't tag it necessarily to the proposals, but so if you could just tell me when you're talking about C4, C6, what use groups, then I can help share, or I can share a screen, whatever Lauren wants, for how this goes. So for example, I don't know what's in, C4, 6 now. I know that for use group 1, let's just go down to like,
So we're looking to find which use groups are now being permitted?
correct. And we already have this shared. So like the other manufacturing, that would be new for CB1. Leathering, eye canning.
Okay, I think.
Like, I mean, the important things are printing. So, I mean, he sent this around and we sent it.
So we would get the ability to have a printing place?
You get clay and glass manufacturing.
I think we want.
Otherwise known as pottery studios.
Everybody wants a little pottery, and we, I think that we're.
I think there's a very helpful slide in, GCP's deck tonight, number 8.
Okay, go create.
It gives you a good sense of what.
So Chair, if I might, just for the suggestion, there's a lot of proposals that have intersection places, but related to proposal 2.
Yes.
The thing under consideration is, would you allow for the same mix of uses in C4, 5, and 6 together? And I'll also add, for the purpose of our previous discussion, that when we are making changes to the underlying zoning, this is the place where we're also making sure there's consistency with special districts like Governor's Island or Seaport.
So this is borderline areas too, like where C6, where these kind of overlap, like whatever streets share on one side, something also.
Precisely. The example we use in our presentation is
Here's the
C4 in one place, C5 in another.
All right, so there's an applicability map that they have for CD1, which if people wanted to understand exactly what we're talking about, that's C4, C5, and that's on page 50.
Chair, if I may, the differences between C4, C5, and C6 is really are not noticeable to the layperson. And it's.
Page 40.
Right, but you gave a couple of examples that seem pretty substantive.
Which I think we're going to get into those are new additions that are being added in other items. And so we'll get into those details on those new.
So excluding the new additions, this particular proposal is pretty.
I think it's pretty like, whatever, right? I mean, it's, the center of the financial district is a C5. C5s are, they don't allow for, certain entertainment uses currently to keep it more business-like. But where those boundaries are, none of us know where those are unless we look at a zoning map.
They actually gave them to us.
All right, well,
They gave them to us. but-
they gave them to us, but I guess when you're on the street, you don't really notice it, I think.
So there's a third option available to us, whether it's on the sheet or not, which is just to take no position whatsoever. If folks are sort of neither here nor there and don't want to stake a position, but yeah.
As somebody who lives in Clyde and is actually the chair of our board, I would say that I would be open to a yes, because I actually welcome the diversification of what is around there. Clyde is a very anemic location in the city. And I think that because it is actually, or was, you know, a business hub and still is to some degree, but I think that the sense of protecting it as a business hub only or prioritizing that usage over residential use, I mean, that ship sort of sailed long ago. I feel like it's not whether certain retail is there or not, there are amenities are there or not there. It's actually the classes of the buildings that matter more, and that the building stock is getting old, and that's why it is ripe for conversion into residential, which we've been doing now for decades. So I think that this is like such a minor issue, and to stand in the way of the potential addition of different uses is, you know, I'm sure that we could pull one use out of, you know, 1,000 uses that we would object to. But for the vast majority of uses, I think that we would, you know, definitely welcome them at FIDA. So that would be my vote, as someone who actually lives there.
Others persuaded? Good, we're yes on that?
So we're a yes on two.
Yes,
on.
I'm a yes. Great.
So,
Let's go to 3.
Okay, so allow manufacturing uses to locate in commercial zones. Yes vote might say, vacancy is a serious problem for owners of large commercial buildings, and use restrictions unnecessarily limit tenants that may occupy these spaces. By allowing production uses into office buildings, we may be able to fill some vacancies while at the same time discovering synergies between production and service uses. A no vote might say allowing production uses into the center of New York City's financial industry makes no sense and cannot be considered the highest and best use. Indeed, if such uses are permitted, the change may usher in a diminishment of the financial district's status as a center of commerce for the city and the nation.
And I would just piggyback on what Rose has said.
Maybe that's
I think this is,
that ship is sailed.
this is applicable too. Plus, this is not the finance center of the world anymore. It's,
Right.
It's
It
not.
was the
How many years now we've been hearing about it's Tammy, it's the
diminishing every day.
tech, advertising, media, and information services. It's really, well, pre-COVID was dominating.
we are,
Now we have 1 million square foot.
Yes, but I don't think we should sit there and peg ourselves to be, you know,
Right.
responsible Wall Street
Yes.
Right.
we are not.
So we're a yes on 3.
Yes.
Okay,
A lot of yes.
for the record,
Yep.
Alice Blank and Jason are both leaving.
Yep.
So, no one else may leave the room because we will lose quorum, and that includes the people online.
Okay.
Can I go for a bathroom break?
Bathroom break.
For a bathroom break, and come back for a vote.
8 years. 8 years.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
No choice.
All right.
All right, number 4.
Or remove loading requirements in existing buildings. All right, so yes, a vote might say if we allow production uses in existing office buildings, then we have to change the loading requirements, as production uses require so much more loading than office uses. This is just a technical fix required because of rigid zoning requirements. A no vote might say if production uses are not permitted in commercial districts, then this change is not necessary. Or a no vote might say it's in everyone's interest for there to be the right amount of loading, not too much, not too little, instead of blanket exception to requirements proposed. And it's just a blanket exception right now. Zoning would be changed to modify the existing waiver provision for berths so that applicants can get waivers if loading berths are not necessary for the use. So right now, currently, you can get a waiver for a required loading berth from the Commissioner of Buildings if there's, you know, a problem with the street layout, impediments with, you know, fire hydrants and subway entrances and things like that.
So you're saying yes to this, increasing the amount of loading berths and getting things off, getting loading off the streets?
No, no. So this is, it's like if you re-tenant a building that requires more loading berths, right now, you need to provide those loading berths. And so manufacturing uses require a lot of loading. And so if you're putting manufacturings in your building, you're gonna need a lot more loading berths in your building. And so this is a waiver. This just gets rid of that. And it says, you don't need that anymore.
You don't need to put
You don't, so if you have an existing building and it's got loading docks, you don't have to add more because you get a different tenant.
You have to keep the ones that are there?
Yes, you're gonna have to keep the ones that are there, yes.
I do want to point out that for production uses in commercial districts, they have size limits. So I believe for the lower commercial districts, it's 5,000 square feet, and then for the
No,
higher.
that's ground floor. So this would be in 4 through 6 in upper floors.
So one of the examples that I've given on just trying to make the connection between proposal 3 and proposal 4, say a 3D printer wants to locate in an office district on an upper floor. They can do so now because of proposal 3. 3D printer is considered electronics manufacturing typically. Because they're manufacturing use, they have to provide loading like they were mass producing products meant for global distribution, because that's the way our zoning thinks about manufacturing. So in all likelihood, that 3D printer, they might be able to cut a hole for additional loading, but in all likelihood, they just couldn't tenant.
Can I clarify? So I understand. For that tenant to move in, under the current zoning, they could not move in, whether they need the zoning, whether they need the loading or not. They could not move in unless more loading was implemented in the building.
That's right. That's right.
And this doesn't require, now you eliminate that requirement.
Yeah.
And either they can move in, or they can't move in, or they can add more loading or not, depending on whatever the commercial arrangement.
But there is no requirement for them to add loading.
Got it.
So if there is a building that they're moving into that doesn't have loading, they're not required to get loading.
Just say it,
Right, and they're not required.
Which would mean then there is a potential, for example, with other parts that you're using for a residential space that's on a second floor that now becomes a commercial or production space. They are not required to have loading, and therefore they could be loading and then just coming in and out the front door of the service entrance of a residential building, because they're not required to have additional loading, correct?
We spend a lot of time speaking with industrial makers. No, to answer your question truthfully, I don't know how many manufacturers would sign a lease for a space where they couldn't get up to upper floors. And time again, what we hear is we need freight elevators to do this kind of work, or at least a service elevator to do this kind of work. So
I'm in a building that has a service elevator, which is used for service and residential depending on the hours, which makes it extremely difficult, which makes it very concerning to have some of the new commercial uses on the upper floors, because yes, there is a commercial elevator that is commercial use, freight and moving between the hours of 9 and 5.
right, and in your building, is that a separate lobby? Is that a separate entrance?
There's a separate entrance, there's a back entrance.
There's a back entrance.
And there's a back entrance to the service elevator, which serves as a guest elevator and residential elevator as well. So technically, it falls within all the guidelines, but I don't want to see a manufacturing place or a production place on the second floor or third floor in my building just because they can, because it's now a residential floor that the landlord has allowed to become commercial. And that's why I have concerns about this.
About proposal 4.
Yeah.
Okay. We would
Because-
welcome those modifications.
If there was a modification somewhere in here, I think
What do you think about expanding the waiver provision that's already there? To make it more performance-based, right? So that people have what they need.
It's a good question. Again, not an attorney, my question is around scope and whether we actually could make the change, even if the council wanted it, even if the city planning commission thought it was a good idea. I don't actually know legally if we could at this point.
That wouldn't be.
so. When you're looking at a vote, I'm going to be a no on this, not because I love loading docks, not because of anything, but because it's so big of opening a pipe that I'm with something that's a little bit more reasonable, because it's not just about loading docks when you come down to adding commercial and production space in residential buildings.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it at a different lens as to how they interact with each other in the 18 proposals. I'm a no on this because of the other one.
I'm a no on it too, because I just think it seems not in our interest to do anything that waives having those things off the street, no matter how big or how small the manufacturing use may or may not be. We just don't know, and you know, these unintended consequences, I'm not sure waiving those requirements is in our interest, if that's me. Others?
I'm a yes, because, I mean, maybe if we could get away, these modifications, that would be fine. Me, to have these certain protections, but to require building, limit the amount of opportunity in a building, basis of some construction need that may or may not be relevant, seems to me the wrong way about it. And too ham-handed in terms of,
I can kind of be persuaded by that personally. What were the modifications?
well, I don't live in a building like Tammy, so it's hard to say, but I suppose I can't, I'm not sure.
May I? In no building with residences would this apply?
Where
Would that
does it
address
say
your
that?
concern?
Oh,
No, as a modification to the proposal.
That's good.
That would be a helpful one.
Would that get you to a yes on this, Chair?
Depends on what happens with the residential, proposal that you've got going.
Well, I think we're going to that one next.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, so much of it works hand in hand.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be a yes on this if the modification, if there isn't a modification for it, then I'm a flat no, no matter what.
Okay, so the
So-
modification would be that this would not be applicable in any residential.
yeah, that makes
Any
total
building with
sense.
any residential?
Mixed building.
Mixed building is the expression I use.
So status quo if the building has residences today.
And for me, I would be a no unless.
And no one wants.
That's the way I would go.
Does it change the use group, like use group 18 into a residential building?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Would it introduce a use group into a residential building that is dangerous, hazardous?
No. But under proposal 3, we're allowing for manufacturing that meets environmental standards on air, on hazardous materials, on noise, on venting, to be able to locate in commercial districts. Those would include buildings with residences.
That would include cannabis production.
That's proposal 7.
All right, so let's stick with
Cannabis
4.
production is considered.
4, with the modification, in no mixed buildings, the phrase, right?
Modification does not apply in any mixed building.
Okay,
And
so
I'd
with
be-
that, are we all in agreement? Are we okay?
No unless.
Okay, no.
You'll be a no on it, okay?
I just think it would be taxing on the streets and on the traffic that goes around when we don't have it.
Yeah, I'm also no unless.
Wait.
Are you, I'm a no unless they add a modification from residential, or mixed use. You're a no, period, because you want more loading.
I don't want more loading, but I think it should be dependent on the use, individual use of the business that's gonna go in. So, I mean,
That's
it's,
today.
That's what this allows.
That's what today is.
No, but what she's saying is instead of a blanket exception, she was looking for zoning should be changed to modify with an existing waiver. So the applicant can get a waiver, so it's on a case by case basis, it's not a blanket, anybody.
Case by case is such a administrative nightmare.
Well, I was saying to George on the side, even if we could do that, I'm not sure legally that we could entertain that
Well,
because of the scope.
you could not legally entertain it for
At this-
this time, but it could be something that gets revisited at
That's right.
another time.
I don't mean to be giving short shrift to anybody, but we have 1 no vote on the proposal. The rest of us appear to be.
Who knows?
2 no's, excuse me.
Yeah, because Michael Kramer was a no.
Okay. But the rest of us are okay with a no with a modification or no unless it be modified to apply in no mixed building. A lot of no's, but we all got it? Everybody good? All right, good. Yes, all right, great. Number 5.
Okay, allow commercial uses above the ground floor and mixed throughout the building. In C1, this change already exists in some places in our non-residential buildings that have been converted in Tribeca. A yes vote might say We need to give flexibility to building owners to make buildings that work for them and their tenants, not just blindly follow regulations that may not work for their program. It may be better to split a large floor plate building down the middle so that half is commercial and half is residential on the same floor. And this zoning would allow that. Currently, we can't. A no vote might say, there is a serious potential for conflict between commercial and residential uses when they share the same floor or when dwellings are below commercial uses. The proposed environmental limitations in the zoning are effectively meaningless because they exempt small establishments regardless of their vibration or noise impacts. They only deal with noise, vibration, and air quality. Those are the three things in there, nothing dealing with anything else. So, yeah.
Rose.
I thought I read something in your awesome notes about a 15-foot buffer zone between.
Right, so if for larger ones, they need to have at least 15 feet separation, 15 feet separation between the dwelling. And then, again, for larger ones, you have to demonstrate, if it's closer, you have to demonstrate that it's not too loud, using a meter, measuring sound at different times of day. But the thing is the way this is written, and I consider it a drafting error, I think it's a mistake, but maybe it's not, is that for the noise, if you don't have a certificate of, if you're not required to get a certificate of assembly, meaning if your establishment is for less than 75 people, you don't have to do any of it.
That would be a problem for us, so I'll just put that on your radar.
It shouldn't matter how big you are, it should matter how loud you are or how much vibration you produce, like all of that.
And is that 50-foot buffer both horizontal as well as vertical?
Yes.
Yes, that's good, thank you.
And the one thing that I'm gonna say, there is my, I will be no on this one, is there is a certain, you're allowing that in existing structures so it can be changed. So, we'll use the example where you live on a residential floor and you're in a rental building, the landlord decides to take 15 feet away from whatever one you're in and take half the floor to turn it into a commercial. Let's say it's an H-shaped building, which happens to be the one I'm in, right? So he could take half that floor, turn it into commercial and leave half for residential because there's an elevator bank buffer in between, which is 15 feet. But now I've chosen to live in a residential building, but now my floor is half commercial. And I've got people coming day and night and whatever happens because it was allowed as a right.
You should actually, according to this, have a completely separate circulation.
You would
system.
have to have separate.
However, I'm in a building that has a separate circulation during the day from 9 to 5. You can come in through the back and use that one service elevator. And they could turn that one service elevator off to being, because it has a separate entrance. And it has a separate access to an elevator.
It's actually supposed to be physically separate.
It
Like,
is
you
physically
can't-
separate.
You can't utilize the
It
same
is-
system for both residential and commercial.
However, it could be made because it is a service elevator. And it is only used for services. So you come in through the loading dock entrance and the entrance bays and you can be checked in there, separate from the residential lobby. It has a separate lobby and access and comes around to the back of that elevator because it has a separate entrance. I think about the people, it's for those buildings that were built that had limited elevators, but they created a way to be able to take one bank or one elevator out to be a full service use. So I look at that building and I say, that's perfectly going to be legal in my building.
Could we have a modification that says that there is no shared circulation at any time? That might
I would welcome that as part of your resolution.
address that, because.
If that would address your concern, I think you've made a valid concern expressing concerns around that circulation, so.
I also think it's a loss of quality of life for the people who are living on that floor, that they would have rented or owned or whatever the case may be on a residential floor that is now being turned into half commercial.
I would suggest,
What
particularly for this
benefit is it for
district,
them?
entertaining the inverse of that entirely, where you have an office building today, and you were to take half of that vertical half of the H and turn that into housing. Or to take one elevator bank of
But
the
this
office
doesn't
building.
allow only new, this allows new and existing, so unless you're telling me that there's a modification that says.
An existing office building is still existing in the eyes of zoning. So I think
But
the
it-
modification, if I may, would be you can convert office to res, but not the other way around.
On upper floors.
On upper floors.
Some questions, what about condo boards? Does it, I mean, this change, does this take any of the individual power from a condo board?
No.
Because it suddenly allows commercial, but if the condo board says, no, we can't, we don't want commercial on the building, can they do that? No, the condo can't do that at
The
that point.
condo would have to be the progenitor of getting the whole thing,
Right.
converting the building to have commercial, right?
Well,
Individual.
But it's not just half, it's not just half
Individual
the
unit
building.
owner, small collection of unit owners is gonna be able to force that issue on a whole condominium. It's not just.
My understanding is the condo rules apply.
Yeah,
The condo-
oh, yeah, the declaration that's filed.
Okay.
General.
Okay, so here's a question. I'm a condo owner. There's a service elevator and I've got a whole floor. So I've got 15-foot separation because I'm the only person on that floor. Can I turn my space into a commercial
No,
space?
you don't have 15-foot separation because then you'd have to also get the floor below you, right? And above you.
And you would
have
need
the-
your own dedicated elevator.
Or on the top floor.
Okay, but this is only for a large commercial.
We think this is applicable mostly in
There's-
situations
there's
like
no
an office building that wants to
I've
convert
actually.
an elevator bank or two to a commercial use or to a residential use. Or to circumstances where you want to take a building, split it down the middle and have one half of the building effectively be its own contained unit and have the other part of the building be its own contained unit.
So I work in the Woolworth building.
Yes,
First 26 floors
Great example.
are commercial,
Mhm.
above that are residential.
correct. You could not do the inverse because of the zoning. You could not have commercial and then,
Because
or
the
sorry, you could not
existing
have
com-
residential and then commercial.
Because of the existing zoning,
Because of the existing
but
zone,
not because, but with this, you could
correct.
have,
This would allow partial conversions of office to residential. In conjunction with all of the other things
Or
coming in housing
residential
opportunities,
to commercial.
or residential to commercial.
Which is my greater concern.
Right.
A, losing residential housing stock. And B, having that mixed use environment on the floor in a building that's, potentially created. So I'm not as concerned about office buildings that want to convert to residential. I don't know how to make the modification.
I just can't imagine
Uh,
the
Conrad?
implication of this to department from a building standpoint. I mean, if you have a commercial space that is now manufacturing and has to have, I don't know, 3-hour firewall separation
Right.
suddenly, it's.
It's unlikely.
Okay, Connor?
So, I'm sorry, one last question is, so where's Department of Buildings on this? Where are the code officials? Have you met with?
Repeatedly.
Okay.
And they saw the draft text before it went public. They reviewed it. In the work. So to say it a different way, the building code requires when you have residential and non-residential to have at least one, but typically 2-hour fire code separation. Our determination is that in some instances that was insufficient to ensure noise that would be abated. So that's why the zoning has these additional safeguards in place. We've heard from the very get-go concerns around what the chair is saying, where I don't want to have the mixing of commercial and residential on the same floor. The zoning prohibits that from the get-go. So before we even introduced these proposals, we built into the zoning the two biggest concerns we heard over the last year and a half in developing this, which were around safety and around noise.
But you can't account for every building, which is why, I know how some of the older buildings, specifically, many of them in Battery Park City have been built. Not the newer ones, but the older ones, and where it's, like I said, there's a separate entrance, but they're dual-purpose elevators. So during the day, they may be service elevators, in an evening, they're full residential. And there is absolutely nothing that protects the residential side of this. I understand for commercial buildings, switching to residential, that's great. And whoever goes in there is going in there knowing that that's the way it's been built. I don't think it protects the residential side on the flip. So Connor, you can freely unmute yourself.
Sorry, yeah, I'm not trying to overstep. Can you hear me okay? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to, yeah, I think on the point about, whether this, I think also whether this sort of incentivizes conversion from residential to commercial or commercial to residential. I think like the purposes of the text amendment are to create more opportunities for commercial to residential conversion. And so I think that as was mentioned as a potential modification, I think we've also sort of supported the idea of just like finding a way to not allow the residential to commercial conversion, if that's not even the intent of the proposal. And then I think George raises an important point about the health and safety safeguards about noise, vibration, and air quality, and how they're only triggered when a PO, like a place of assembly C of O, is triggered. And so I think we were also raising a concern around why that doesn't just apply to any commercial use above or next to residential use. And I guess also just seeing if Matt or someone from DCP had an explanation for why that POA trigger was put in the text as drafted.
Well, on why it doesn't apply to all commercial uses, there are plenty of commercial uses, namely offices, that do not have noise or vibration, and so we wouldn't want to subject them to this rule as well. But why on the place of assembly? It's because it applies across different use types. So it applies to bars and restaurants, but it also applies to gyms. It applies to anything that has that 75-person threshold or above. I will also add that this applies to all production uses, regardless of what you're doing. So if you're going to be one of these maker spaces in Proposal 3, you have these requirements in 32.423 as well.
Where did you guys come up with the 15-foot separation? Because to me, that number is a number, right? And like, if you are acoustically protecting a dwelling or an office, 15 feet might work, might not work. And if you're on the same floor plate or you sharing structure, you might say something here and the guy down the three dwellings down can hear it. So to me, that's
like a dance studio or a commercial dance studio that only holds a capacity of 60 people, but so they wouldn't be subject to any of the noise or other concerns because their occupancy is less than 75. You could do a dance studio, you could do a choral thing, you could do, there's tons of stuff that you could do, and then
But they would still be subjected to the 15-foot rule and the 3-hour fire rating?
All commercial uses are subject to the building code and the fire code, which have at least 1 or 2, sometimes 3-hour separation, which is more than just plywood. There's a lot more sound dampening in this, but to answer your 15-foot question directly, this is the question we looked at as part of our environmental review. And what our determination was that on its own, for some uses, that existing building code separation may not be sufficient. And so when extended with an extra 15 feet, which is around this typical floor plate is typically 15 feet, that was then sufficient distance. But if that 15-foot separation was not possible, that's where an acoustical engineer would have to certify that soundproofing had been installed.
And what about ventilation?
Ventilation applies for any production use. Right. So you don't need to vent if you're a dance studio.
But if you're a 3D model maker or something, you have to now vent separately from the in-place residential vents?
If you are a use that has to vent. So I actually do not know if a 3D printer, depending on what they're doing, would have to vent. But if they're required to vent in the building code, in environmental regulations, somewhere in city or state or even federal law, if you're required to vent, then you have to meet the zoning standard for venting.
I'm just thinking back to the example. I'm in a building with our vents are all connected and, you know, not to be crass,
Yeah.
but my neighbor uses the restroom upstairs or downstairs and suddenly, you know, we're aware of it.
Correct.
Just my concern, because the environmental limitations, as George noticed, are effectively meaningless because they exempt small establishments.
Right.
They also don't deal with odors at all.
Yeah.
Right.
So that is a concern that I have. I mean, if there was a modification that, you know, dealt with something for small establishments that are below occupancy of 75, that dealt with noise, vibration, and air quality, I could be more supportive, but I think, you know, first and foremost, anything that's in an existing residential building, I'd be a huge no. Because you have no control.
But
You hear my neighbor lecturing their kids.
Oh, yeah. We're next to the trash chute. 2 in the morning.
The air vents a full floor away.
But Tammy, would you be okay with the other way around, going from commercial to residential?
Yeah, a little bit more so, because ideally they would be able to build the commercial.
No, I'm saying existing commercial, converting a pocket into residential.
Correct, because at that point, somebody who's moving into a building knows what they're moving into versus having it added onto a residential building.
I understand.
You choose to live in a commune, you choose to live in a commune. You want to live in an independent place, you live in, you know, it's just that kind of a thing. I think that you're giving the power back to the people.
So where are we? And I think the way Connor put it was helpful. It sounds like one proposal is modification to not allow the residential to commercial conversion. We were to say yes, but Tammy, you might be a straight no overall. Where's everybody else so far?
Well, I would be yes with that and maybe some of these other modifications, which I think Connor and George preferred, but a yes on that.
Yes with the modifications.
Yes.
Tammy, with the modifications that council members' office have and George has mentioned, does that get you to a yes with those modifications?
I'm a no unless, and
And then the same thing.
You can be just a straight out no entirely, and also just give.
It's not the same thing. Okay, it's not.
because the modifications for me would have to be not in an existing residential building. It would be for new commercial conversions, which I completely get. And if it wasn't for that, and furthermore to that, and pursuant to what Connor and George have saying, the environmental limitations need to be reviewed. And
Yes.
period. Even for commercial to residential, because if you don't build in those protections for the residential, I mean,
Yeah, they should,
Sorry, I was just, Patrick, I'm looking.
No need to apologize.
For 25 years, I lived in a loft building. So I went through the whole manufacturing to residential, Article 7C, multiple dwelling, all this kind of thing. The only thing that saved us was the warranty of habitability. And I think that maybe that should be mentioned in our resolution, because that's what gives the residential tenants the right to object to objectionable activity on behalf of their neighbors.
but if it's allowed by law, then you've got nothing to stand on.
I mean,
And
it
that's-
has legal concept, I'm not sure the zoning can change that one way or the other.
That's right. And that is my concern, Michael, is that if there is no environmental protection, the warranty of habitation, they're gonna be able to say, but they're allowed to, there are no, you know, vibration, air quality and stuff, rules around because they're less than 75
Well,
feet
then
wide.
some kind of a reference to the warranty of habitability. That's what's gonna protect you.
I don't know, if that's a legal thing, I'm not sure.
It is. It is. It's part of the multiple dwelling law.
I just don't think it belongs in here. I really don't. I'm not sure that.
So multiple dwelling law applies above zoning, right? Because it's a state law. And so if there are requirements, but that's probably just for 7C dwellings.
It worked for them.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but it could be something that is addressed in the multiple dwelling law separately, especially if there become issues. Because it's, again, it's a completely different, you know, it's a state law, it's not zoning at all.
Rosie,
I would say that I would be a yes, of conversion commercial to residential with a strict separation of circulation.
Permanent separation or partial, because there is.
No, like strict permanent separation between, so like the commercial usage and residential usage, people do not mix and cannot mix. They have their own routes of circulation vertically and horizontally, period. And then I also think, like, I'm still curious about the buffer. And so I agree that there has to be something in there. It doesn't matter how many people are utilizing the space. That sound, noise, all of that other stuff is separate. What do you anticipate that 15-foot horizontal and vertical buffer being utilized for? Are you just assuming they're creating a void buffer around?
It
one
could
usage?
be, the way that the proposed zoning defines it is any noise generating use or part of the use. So your 15 feet could be an office, it could be storage, it could be anything really, so long as it's demonstrated that that 15 feet is not generating noise that exceeds the ambient sound.
So it seems like you actually can have commercial on top of residential now. You have to have 15-foot.
Yes, you can, because the first floor can be, like, let's use my dance studio. You're gonna check in, the waiting room is downstairs. That's where they have all the lockers, that's
Yeah.
where they have the bathrooms, that's where they have the office. And then the quote unquote dance noise producing studio is on the floor above. So you get your 15-foot separation because they're doing only quiet stuff, meaning lockers and offices and check-in and registration and bathrooms, but the rest of it's upstairs.
Not entirely accurate, because that, what you described is allowed under zoning today if you're talking first and second floor.
No, I'm talking upstairs.
Okay, so in your example, let's say floors 2 through 10 are residential. Floor 11 could be lockers, offices. Floor 12 could be the dance studio. And floor 13 would have to be something non-noise generating. And then floor 14 could again be residences. So you sort of have that 15-foot buffer above and below and to the side of the noise generating use.
They actually, I was in a space that actually has that, I think. It was West Beth, the Martha Graham Dance Studio.
So where are we on this? Obviously, the modifications, I think we've gone through them and I can pull those together and synthesize them. But it's really a question of a yes or no with the modification.
Yes, with modification.
Same, yes.
Same here.
Yeah.
Yes. Gerald and Tammy are no, but we'll still go with the modifications. So, okay, so majority and folks online, just pipe up. I keep forgetting to turn and specifically ask Paul, Laura. So, all right, so we're gonna be yes with modifications. Modifications, Tammy and Gerald will be the ones we all talked about. All right, let's go on. Number 6, we're almost a third of the way.
Okay, modernize uses and use groups. Yes vote might say the proposed zoning modernization of uses and use groups is smart, done well, and long overdue. A no vote might say, yes, zoning's uses are, and use groups are out of date, but the proposal simplifies the uses and use groups to lessen the differences between uses, making them easier to cite. In a true Euclidean zoning system, zoning needs to detail on uses, some of which are being lost in the proposal.
Is much controversy here?
I don't think so.
Yeah, yes.
I think, personally, I think it's done well. Smart people made it.
Honor you too.
For the reorganizing, number 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, no, I think it's good too. I think it makes sense. I mean, the chart is way better than the whatever we have now. I'd say.
Yeah, way better.
And all be this easy. All right, number 7. No, that won't be.
I do want to add one quick thing, not to like literally come across as self-sabotaging in any way, but any questions relating to Governor's Island and uses there would be, this would be the provisions, the proposal that permits any changes. And so I was doing a little bit of like digging while we were going over the other items, and I just wanted to highlight that the at the highest level, and Chris and Matt can help out with this, but the community board was concerned about use groups 12, 15, and 18, either seeking for their amendment or removal altogether. This included but wasn't limited to amusement uses, permanent residential, non-maritime industrial uses, sewage removal, marine transfer stations, and private beaches. There was, additional discussion around aligning them with uses from the 2003 deed requirements, which I looked up as well, but they're more general. But we could pin down some of the use group 12, 15, and 18, and then it looks like the trust removed use group 15, and any use groups, any uses in use group 13 would be required to be open to the sky. And then this is an interesting one with use group 12, eating or drinking establishments with entertainment and allowing for more than 200 person capacity. That got downscaled to a use group 6, eating or drinking establishments with entertainment, but not dancing with a capacity of 200 persons or fewer. So I do want to point out that according to our research, this proposal 6 does allow eating or drinking establishments with musical entertainment, but not dancing, with a capacity of 200 persons or fewer on Governor's Island, whereas that is not currently permitted. That's part as well of the nightlife provisions. So that one you can vote on later. Sorry, go ahead.
That was use group what?
This is use group 6C as it used to be, and now is under 6 service.
6. Service?
That's like, yeah, I mean, that really should be discussed under nightclubs. so
Nightlife.
not-
Yeah. Those are the two ones I noticed of those that were discussed that are being added back in. So I just want to pipe up, but I realized in midway through saying that some of that is best addressed in nightlife.
Ezra, are you talking us into a modification to eliminate use groups 12, 15, and 18 as it relates to Governor's Island?
Well, it looks like 15 was already removed, and let me look into 18, but those are the ones that were flagged by the community board. Now, because I wasn't there, I can only kind of surmise what happened between those discussions and like CPC approval. So we can come back to you with that, but just wanted to see if that, was familiar for anyone here.
Yeah, Governor's Island was good to go with where we were at, and as you noticed from some of the provisions and the changes, so you can just get back to us. We would put whatever we've done before, we put back in as a modification now to assure that it does not supersede the work we've already done as a board from 4 years ago.
But for our resolution for number 6, Steve, are we?
Still a yes.
It's a yes, but is there a modification we're now suggesting, or?
In your resolution, you may just make a note generally around the issues to Governor's Island, since there are some intersections with a number of different proposals. And I think we hear pretty loudly your intent to maintain things as they are.
Okay.
Just as a way to sort of simplify this issue
Yeah,
for you all.
got it. I like that. Thank you.
Yes,
That's
agreed.
helpful.
Thanks, Matt, for putting more.
This item also applies to the seaport.
Yes, because they're both the same zone, so yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, moving on to 7.
Permit indoor agriculture. A yes vote might say, people need food to live, and so we should allow agriculture in every zoning district, even at an industrial scale, since this will likely shorten the journey to markets and reduce carbon footprint. A no vote might say, industrial scale enclosed agricultural uses, including cannabis, are not appropriate to be placed in all of our zoning districts. This does not represent the highest and best use of land in the biggest city in the country. Most land should be used for residences, commercial uses, recreation uses. Industrial scale agriculture belongs in the city's industrial districts.
And I'm just gonna put out there that based on what we've done, I'm gonna ask all the board members to really consider how long we have spent on cannabis so far on the board, when only the RDOs, the retail dispensary licenses, were available to be voted on. We have yet to see the growers and the You could have a grower's license and a usage license in the same location according to the state, as well as having a grower, retail dispensary and user license and event organizer all in the same space. So if we say yes to having something like indoor agriculture, knowing where we have been with cannabis thus far, you're opening the door to having at whatever property, all of those uses, because the state will not look at it at all differently. And there are no regulations around a residential, the only things are churches, schools, and public, youth facilities, as we have now. Rosa?
So, I am yay farming and no cannabis. How, is there a way to slice and dice this without throwing the baby out with the bathwater?
Wouldn't that be
I wish there were. Because I have had, I don't even know how many meetings talking about cannabis in the context of agriculture rather than agriculture in the context of cannabis.
Hydroponic growing of lettuce and having, 50 of them would be fantastic.
And the state.
Lower floor.
So to answer your question, there is not. The state is very clear that agriculture is agriculture and.
That's really, really unfortunate.
I love the ingenuity, but I just don't think you need to be mixing fertilizers and highly dense residential buildings. I don't know. This makes me-
Well, but you would still be able to do that as an accessory use to your residence, right? So you can have your garden, that's completely fine, right?
No,
That's
but I'm saying it would
accessory.
be, I support farming of food. But I also really object to the fact that I have like a secondhand pie just walking on the sidewalk with my 10-year-old.
Yeah, but that's a
So-
totally separate and separately legislated issue, not related to zoning.
But this would allow it in your
And
building.
then you want to deal with agriculture by dealing with zoning, by dealing with cannabis. You deal with cannabis separately.
You can't.
But
You
he's
can
saying,
legislatively.
no, he's saying we
But
can't.
what they have already put out there legislatively.
Then you can change
is
it.
You can have all of these things.
But it can be changed legislatively.
It would be
If
great.
you limit it to zoning, then you've limited everything.
Right, that's why I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Well, that's the whole point. That's what you would
And-
do by saying complete no.
Why can't they come back and do an urban agriculture change as a zoning text amendment like we did Water Street as a standalone? Why do we have to vote on it here today? We already know what the state law is. We can only vote on what we know today. Yes, state law might change, cannabis might change, but I can't on what might be. I can only vote on what we have today and how the zoning affects with what the laws exist today. And when I look at this, I think that that is the problem. Yes, cannabis needs to have change, but we can't guarantee that change. What we can do is say no to this now and come back later.
So let me just
Sorry.
clarify my thinking. I don't have any problem with growing cannabis. I don't have any problem with selling it, frankly. So I don't agree with the no cannabis at all. But if it is an issue that the public wants to solve, then there's a way to solve it. It's just, it's not my issue, that's for sure. I would like to see, I want to make sure that any agriculture we do is safe and doesn't harm any, residential quality of life. And I'm not sure, I hope this does. I'm sure that it does, but clearly we need to find more sustainable and non-harmful ways of growing our food. And this is one way to do that. And, saving energy and the like by having it nearby.
Two quick things I'll note on here. You mentioned sustainable methods. A lot of the research that's happening right now around food science is considered agriculture. So research into plant-based meats, for example, you gotta grow that, and you gotta grow that in a facility that looks an awful lot like a hydroponic facility. And this is the kind of thing that if you talk to our colleagues over at EDC, they think New York City could be very competitive in this space, and it's starting to be in the city's manufacturing areas where, as George notes, industrial agriculture is allowed. Which gets me to my second point, which is that agriculture is the use, but the scale industrial is a bit of a misnomer here. So agriculture at 2,000 square feet in the zoning is considered the same as 25,000 or even more. So there is a question, since you mentioned the word scale 3 times, industrial scale. At what scale does something become industrial? And at what scale is it not industrial?
Well, I mean, I'm using that because it's allowed to use the community facility bulk regulations. And so community facility bulk regulations in many of our zoning districts is preferential. So you could build a bigger building if it's community facility than a residential. So, you know, a much larger building, agriculture in growing food or cannabis in your residential districts rather than residences. You know, if it's much larger than the residences around it, you know, you have to, I think that would be industrial scale, or at least it's certainly larger scale than what the residents are around it. And I think, you know, ultimately, if you care about cities as places for housing people, putting, and this is my own personal opinion, putting cannabis or really grow rooms instead of housing, why would we do that?
Yeah.
Why would we do that? To me, this is like, I just don't understand it.
Interesting, because in FIDI specifically, we have a lot of very, very deep floor plate building stock that is going to be incredibly challenging to convert into residential. I mean, even in my own building, you see these tunnels where you basically have windows at one end. And then these apartments that just go all the way through until they finally get to the back. And so in those areas, I could actually, like, I look at Deutsche Bank, who came here the other day, that building, right? The floor plates are immense. You know, to convert that into residential when you only have so much window access and only allow primitive when you have such a deep floor plate. I could see that being a commercial, like an agricultural use conversion project, for instance.
And my response would be that that's a commercial district. And that maybe in fact, you know, agriculture is appropriate in commercial and manufacturing districts. In residential districts?
Right.
Other than,
Maybe that's where.
other
that's
than a
the
very small
conversation.
portion of the district, though, you're all commercial districts.
Right.
So your argument is, I understand your argument, but it really
It
doesn't.
applies everywhere in CD1 because most of our district is mixed use.
Yep, you're right.
So it would apply everywhere. And that's why you know, if there was a limitation somewhere, you know, I think that's, you know.
What is this gonna do? What is this doing to the housing stock though? It's gonna erode, it's gonna erode it, because you're gonna suddenly get, like, as it is now, you can, a residential building, you know, an owner could buy 2 or 3, you know, residences, condos, and put them together, combine them, but if you're, now the competition is that also the commercial developers can come in and expand their business, buy out other, you know, and suddenly you're converting residential stock that we badly need into commercial. Am I wrong on this? I mean, and I'm envisioning, the other thing that I'm envisioning is that where we've been, a lot of urban planning talks about walkable cities. Now we're getting into walkable buildings. That's it. Nobody's gonna leave their building because everything is gonna be within their 90-story tall building. I just, socially, I don't see this being beneficial to the city.
All right, so I want to vote on this one, but then I want to find an efficient way to get through the rest of these. So we're going to do each one in no more than 3 minutes. I know that doesn't seem very fair, but we've had a lot of time to think about these, visit with these. And it is 9:10, and I know we're already losing numbers, so.
Urban
Let's do urban agriculture, let's do straw poll. Who is opposed? 1, 2, 3.
Until they change.
I don't know.
Who's in favor? No, I'm opposed.
I abstain.
Yeah.
I'm gonna abstain.
Favor or opposed? I'm not opposed.
On number 7?
Yeah.
Indoor agri.
I'll abstain.
They're gonna abstain as well.
I think I'm abstaining as well, because I'm just.
Doesn't pass.
Okay, doesn't pass, so we're kind of we're a no.
You're a no.
But is there a modification I would?
Get rid of the cannabis and I'll switch to, yes, and I'm not opposed to cannabis, I just don't like to
It's
force the
for me, it's cannabis or tobacco products, quite frankly. I don't want my kids inhaling manufacturing fumes from tobacco products.
There's gonna be no, and
Exactly
if
the same.
there's a strong groundswell of changing it, like we can do that at, school board districts.
What about rats also, though? I don't know. Doesn't seem like a great.
Change how zoning. Rats, sorry, but I'm really trying to move on to what it is. Number 8.
So a yes vote might say life sciences are an important industry to the city, which produces good jobs and we need more of it. It should be easier to cite such a use is appropriate anywhere an office or a hospital can be located. A no vote might be, while life science is an important industry, some life science laboratories require registration with the Department of Health because of the risks these laboratories propose to the neighbors. The zoning makes no distinction between laboratories that must register because of their catastrophic risk and others that do not have such risks. Such life science uses that require Department of Health registration should not be developed as of right and should need a special permit to locate anywhere in New York City.
Yes.
We'll make that modification.
That modification sounds great. That sounds good to me.
So just a point of clarification on this, George. What the Department of Health does is that every possible lab needs to register.
BSL 3 and BSL 4.
Correct.
That's not every possible.
It's not every possible lab, but every possible lab needs to indicate their location, their information.
And not every possible lab, it's BSL 3, BSL 4, BSL 3 that except for blood product testing.
And do you know how many BSL 3 or 4 labs there are in the
No,
city?
of course not, because that's secret information. I foiled it. And they would not give it to me because of the risk of terrorism. This is Community District 1. I'm sorry, I just.
No.
I mean, like, you have the Department of Health going, yeah, this is too dangerous information to release to me. And then you're saying, well, you can put them wherever you want. And I'm just like, listen, I don't know anything about this stuff other than the fact that I would like the city of New York to be speaking with one voice on this, and it's not.
Okay, let's go on to what I don't believe is very controversial. Number 9.
Well, what's our answer to this one?
Yes, with George's certification modification. Sorry. I should
Okay.
have taken the vote.
9, allow nightclubs.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. All right, great.
Allow nightclubs to locate in more places. This applies everywhere except Southbridge. So a yes vote might be, zoning has unfairly discriminated against nightclubs, which are legitimate use in every commercial district. Large-scale nightclubs would be permitted in most of the district. When combined with other amusements, this could transform a building or even parts of the district into 24/7 destinations that benefit both local residents and tourists. A no vote might say, large-scale nightclubs would be permitted in most of the district as of right. When combined with other amusements, this new zoning could change the nature of certain buildings, blocks, or neighborhoods. Smaller scale nightclubs could be more acceptable, but all zoning districts that permit nightclubs in CB1 would permit nightclubs of unlimited size. A CPC special permit should be required for large-scale nightclubs so that negative impacts can be managed.
We already have on Community Board 1, we spent years doing a large venue working group, developing guidelines because of the impacts that private clubs, very large ones, private event spaces, and other things have had on a residentially, on a commercial district that become residential. So people moved in knowing there was tons of commercial there. People were not expecting the nightclubs and bars and people on the street lined up, ready to come in. We have certain places that open for Halloween, and the complaints start on September 30th and end on November 4th. So I'm just saying, however people want to vote on this, but we have spent as a community board an extraordinary amount of time because no matter what people say, Anna Wintour does not take the subway. And when you have a very fancy nightclub and private club, it's car service. So don't tell me that, and then there's people standing outside. There's a lovely venue in North Tribeca that we have yet to be able to get to a détente point, that there's just nothing but complaints from the neighbors across the street, no matter what we've tried. So opening the jar to this is up to everybody on the board, but I come from a hospitality background. There is a large amount of incongruity between that usage and residential life. And if you dispute that, I'd say for you guys to talk to a couple floors in the Plaza Hotel. Because when that building was renovated, they didn't realize that the back of the ballroom shared an air shaft with the residential building. And so whenever you have a booming base, the little old lady upstairs would come downstairs. And it just, they're not compatible unless you're actually built it to start with that way. They're not necessarily good
So
friends.
Tammy, are you a no or a yes with modification?
I think that large scale nightclubs would need a permit. Because unlimited sizes is not good.
That's on this, is that
I'm
a
a-
yes with
I'm a
modification?
no with modifications on nightclubs.
And you ever have, so we're following George's suggestion at the end, it's a no, but we could also ask that there be a requirement for a CPC special permit for large scale nightclubs, so the negative impacts can be managed. I assume that's in the event it passes, because I get the sense, at least, well, Tammy, I feel the same way, but that's just a hard net on expanding nightclub access.
Hard no, just because I feel like, and I don't deal with the issue often, but whenever we have quality of life meetings or certain meetings where a lot of neighbors show up, usually it's
Yeah.
because of this issue, so.
Yeah, I agree. I vote
And
no.
it's not even, and particularly in the financial district, it's not even, as George made the point about, discriminating against them as a use. We just don't have the infrastructure to handle it here. We've been overloaded with it, that has not gone well.
Yeah.
I'm a firm no.
Yeah, I'm a firm no.
I'm a firm no.
If I might.
Yeah.
This is a place where recommendations outside of the zoning itself are also potentially useful and welcome as the city council will be considering this. We know that nightlife businesses, there are concerns around noise, traffic, other things that fall beyond the jurisdiction of city planning. Those are germane to the zoning proposal because they affect the general topic, if that makes sense. So if there are things that you want to make sure your council member is aware of, that's part of the enforcement process,
Enforcement doesn't work.
or just around.
The zoning.
We haven't been quiet about it.
Yeah, it's stuff with the zoning.
We've been real loud about it, but what we have learned is enforcement doesn't work. And if you want a half an hour discussion about how it works with SLA, city police, state sheriff and everything else, I'm happy to go down the rules, but it's already troublesome the way it is. I can't say that opening the pipe more to add more would necessarily be a large benefit for public interest.
All right, let's go on. Number 10, amusements. Is there even any need for George to read this? Serious. Hard no, right? Correct?
No.
I'll read it again.
All right.
All right, so,
Fun way.
I guess what maybe, zoning makes amusements hard to locate, and this would allow them in every commercial district. This change could lead to uses that bring new types of economic activity to the district and acts as a 24/7 destination that benefits both residents and tourists. A no vote might be, this change would allow a Disney-like facility to take over one or more of the many office towers in the district and completely remodel it for an indoor Disneyland NYC as of right with no environmental review. Smaller scale amusements might be acceptable, but all zoning districts that permit amusements in CD1 would permit amusements of unlimited size. A CPC special permit should be required for large scale amusements, so the negative impacts can be assessed and managed.
Okay, I'm gonna jump the gun. Oops, back up.
I would just substitute the word seaport for Disney.
Yeah. I think the key here, and from what city planning should understand, is the whole thought of unlimited size is just untenable. I mean, no, it's just not. If we were building from scratch, it'd be one thing, but we're not. And we're a fully mixed-use environment, so we look at things as, how do we play nice in the playground?
So what small amusements are not allowed today?
Question.
Many,
Yeah, there's many.
many things like laser tag, escape rooms. You might see in some places indoor mini golf, it's not allowed in districts.
We have had escape rooms in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Sure. We
So
have
if-
mini golf
if-
already
If
here,
they
so.
can locate, it's because they're finding, with respect to the Department of Building, some sort of accessory loophole where they're considering themselves a bar first and maybe escape room second. Or they're considering themselves something like a health and fitness, but they're really doing more golf. And so you're sort of doing zoning acrobatics to figure out how you.
Or they're not operating legally, which is.
So how could this, what kind of, I can guess where we are, so what kind of modifications have you heard that would be something that is more scalable, that is not completely unlimited, so smaller scale amusements might be acceptable?
This is actually the first board that has brought up scale itself as the issue. The concern that I've heard from other boards has been around the Disney and what Disney connotes. And that is, to your point earlier, a baby in a bathwater sort of situation. So what we've proposed is to define a set of uses as being an indoor amusement or recreation facilities. I would welcome additional terms, business types that you think are suitable within that definition, and by extension, business types that you think are not suitable within that definition.
We have an axe throwing bar in the neighborhood.
So,
And so you're saying an axe throwing facility that didn't need to have a bar? Perhaps.
Yeah, it's, if I may, it's really about who it serves, right? If you have local amusements to serve local residents so that parents can take their kids to,
That's good.
you know,
That's awesome.
that's what you want, right?
Yes.
You want that. What you don't, you have 1 million square foot office buildings here, which could be converted into something completely unknown right now. And it could have enormous impacts that this makes as of right. Right? And so it's just, large scale has the potential to create enormous havoc. But small scale is good. And you have that distinction right now in the C1 district. C1 and C2 allow for smaller scale.
And what defines that scale? What's small?
10,000 square feet.
So why don't we use that?
So then why do we need to change that?
Because in the C4 through the higher C districts, they don't have size limits for a lot of amusement recreation uses that exist in zoning today.
Because you have high density districts, so you get high density amusement.
That's in the zoning today.
So the versions of these businesses that exist in C4, 5, and 6 districts do not have size limits. The ones that exist in C1 and C2 do have size limits. And that's the basic distinction that's being made.
Can I open up a pistol range anywhere?
Is that considered amusement?
It could be, yeah.
Can you say that again?
Yeah.
Pistol range.
May I open up my pistol range anywhere?
What would the current use be? A gunplay? That's a good question. I don't
There is
think we need.
There's one in Midtown, I know that.
There was one in Chelsea in the basement.
Yeah.
I don't know off the top.
But, so,
Yeah.
I'm not clear. Yes, I'm not sure what we're trying to do here with this thing.
We're saying no, but are we suggesting a modification to consider smaller scale, 10,000 square foot or less?
So if you were to do a CPC special permit for large scale, that means it comes back to you in an application and you can comment on it, right? And they have to do an environmental review with a CPC special permit, right? So if it's very large, you're gonna have to, disclose and mitigate impacts. And if it's tiny and small, well, then they won't have to, right? So if you were to make that distinction between large and small.
Somebody pull with that modification?
It's a no with the modification.
Great. Number 11, expanding home occupation.
All right, so the proposed rules already exist in Tribeca and in dwellings in converted non-residential buildings, so you already have this.
So a yes vote might, in part of the district, a yes vote might be, these rules already exist in a large part of the district, and we don't see negative effects from them. It is acceptable to expand them elsewhere. A no vote might be, these rules currently only apply to buildings that, or mostly apply to buildings that were built as non-residential buildings. It is appropriate to have more generous home occupations in such a building. In a multiple dwelling, however, with semi-private lobbies and hallways, the expansion of home occupations invite conflict with neighbors and encourage owners to expand their dwellings into neighboring units so that more of their home can be used for the home occupation. This would be bad for housing if people absorb housing units for commercial use.
The other problem that we have with this that came up at the last meeting is that what we have today is a limitation of 250 square feet, right? 500 square feet. There is no limitation in the new zoning. So you could have a 3,000 square foot.
49%.
49%.
There is no square footage limitation.
That's right.
So if you have a 2,000 square foot apartment, 1,000 square feet of it could be for business purposes.
Yes.
And what you're doing is opening to double, there's no limit. So it's not like you're doubling the home office business, that you have now. You're potentially, it's an all or nothing kind of a conversation. You could have a 3,000 square foot apartment and turn 1,500 of it. I mean, it just becomes bigger and bigger and bigger without limitation. You've got somebody, Rosa decides she's gonna buy an entire floor of the building. She turns half of it into a commercial office. And she has the other half for, residential. I've already seen stuff like that. We have a problem with the building on Broadway that is supposed to be a home business, and it's a dance studio. And the business below it has gone to DEP and DEC because it's a landmark building and the roof came in on it. Because the building wasn't built for that kind of use, but technically he's only using X number of square footage for a home office for a work.
Senator, do you have a perspective on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think from our perspective, I think that the lack of the square footage cap is concerning, just because like you can have a policy that expands home occupation and you can still have a square footage cap. You could make it bigger than 500 if that's the goal, but having no square footage cap does kind of lead to these sort of unintended consequences of like apartment combinations or just more commercial use than was intended in a residential building. The other thing is that there was an explicit list of uses that were prohibited and that they're proposing to remove. And, that's kind of a weird hodgepodge of uses. Like, I know that, yeah, some of them are confusing, but I think that there's something to be said about targeting uses that are expected to create sort of undue or disruptive amount of foot traffic, or two things. One is foot traffic. Like if you have a business that has a lot of day-to-day consumers kind of in and out of the building all the time, that might be seen as more disruptive than something that's not like that. And then the other thing we were thinking about was like goods deliveries to certain types of businesses, right? There might be kinds of businesses that require a lot more shipments to the facility that could, again, create a lot of congestion in a residential building if they're dropping off materials and goods all the time for the business. I don't know if you guys remember the 8 Spruce Street situation with the restaurant, where someone was illegally operating a restaurant out of their apartment. And the biggest complaint we got from people was how they basically took over one of the elevators just to deliver food up and down from the apartment. So it's just like things like that you might not expect going into it, but are some adverse impacts. But I think the biggest ones are the square footage cap and how to sort of prohibit the kinds of uses that could be especially disruptive to a residential building.
Wouldn't there be financial implications? I could write off half of my expenses for my apartment?
You could today, or 25%.
25% today.
And now I can do 49%.
Mhm. But nowhere in the zoning has anything been taken into consideration about impact. When you, especially because there's a 49% is a percentage. You know, you're looking at big buildings, sometimes with large floor plates. You're looking at, there's no impact allowance on buildings for home occupations, which goes back to my original one with commercial uses and other things, where you don't necessarily have, this doesn't require a separate elevator. So for example, the other one required a separate quote unquote elevator. So now I'm in a residential building that I've got one of those elevators that's a dual purpose elevator being scored off for the commercial zone. And then I have the other elevators that are supposed to operate for the residences, also now catering to the home businesses, which have been allowed to grow by 25% with no cap and no restricted usage anymore. So I've got a restaurant, I've got a casting agency, I've got all kinds of things going on in my building. My building has now become far more great work from home space unless it's really noisy.
And I could put my dental office up on the 10th floor and not pay any commercial occupancy taxes.
Correct.
You could have a dentist today with you and another employee.
And
The
how
zoning
many,
would allow that.
and how many other employees could you have under this zoning?
2 additional ones. So you could go from 2.
3 outside employees.
Correct. So you could go from 1 outside employee to 3 outside employees.
So there could be 4 people working a full.
5
business.
people, it's all the people that live in the unit
Oh,
can also work.
so it could be 5 or 6.
Yeah,
There's actually.
absolutely.
So if you and your partner are both dentists, you could have 3 outside employees.
But you know what?
At the
Let's-
maximum.
Let's just use the argumentative, you can have 4 people living in a 2-bedroom apartment. So that's 7 people working a business.
Theoretically, sure. I would love to see one where that is the case.
Now, there are impacts. You're not supposed to have occupations that produce offensive noise, vibration, smoke, dust, other particulate matter, odors, heat, humidity, glare, or other objectionable effects, which I don't think includes traffic. And that was the interesting thing here is that, you know, the thing that in a multiple dwelling, you know, you have semi-private space of your lobby and your hallway. And this is, you know, if you have a high traffic situation, it could create a lot of conflicts with the neighbors and other zoning codes. Traffic is a big deal.
How is it measured?
It's number of trips, or sometimes it's number of clients. It's like every place seems to be different. But traffic, the amount of traffic it produces, you know, if it produces a lot of traffic, it's considered a commercial use and it's not allowed in other zoning codes, but every place is different.
I mean, I think the objective here, my way of thinking, is a good one. I mean, we need commercial activity. We need people to have the flexibility of building a life and within their homes so that it's affordable, business startups, all sorts of wonderful economic benefits can come out of this. Not to mention the fact that people can actually afford to live there, which they might not otherwise
You
be
can do
able to
that
do.
now. You can do business startup now.
But I'm saying, this is, the objective here is good. What we want to do is prevent these worst cases.
Yeah.
Somehow. And the worst cases, I think there are ways of doing that. I don't know what the size limit would be, but maybe we say, we pick a number, 500 square feet, 1,000 square feet, top. That's
500 is what it is today.
500. So I don't know what you would argue, but 500 is good. Even if,
It's right now 525% of the apartment. I think whichever one is greater.
Whichever
Right.
is less.
Whichever one
whichever
is
was
less.
less. So what if we said it's 1,000 square feet or 49% of the apartment, whichever is less. And that's the maximum. So you can't go, it's still bigger, but you can't go that big. And then throw in this, all of those
And you're-
deleterious effects plus
You're adding 2/3 more employees, just questioning.
Okay,
how you're doing that.
we can go through each of these and I think come to some, and maybe instead of 3 outside employees, a total of 5 employees, total. 5 employees, and it's not, doesn't matter outside.
So if I
It's
want
like
to open
outside.
up a massage parlor on the 10th floor, and some of my employees are live-in employees, go to it.
Go to it. Why not?
Would be allowed today with no changes. So
Okay, well then I'm not going there.
Yeah, but he's only allowed 500 feet or 25% of the department and only 1 employee. Yeah.
All right, we're
George
barely
said-
more than halfway done. Can we come to,
Does that make sense, George, do you think? in your-
You know, that's, yeah, there's some sense to that.
I'm inclined to agree with Richard on all points. I do have one question though, which is that going to George's comment about
A
traffic.
little louder. a little-
Sorry, I'm inclined to agree with Richard on all points. You just wanted me to say that loud. But
And-
I do have one question following up on George's comment about traffic. Right now, elevators, and a lot of us do live on in vertical circulation mode. When an elevator goes down, it's a really big problem. Elevators are sized, like the number of elevators you have to have, especially for residential, I mean, is dependent on the traffic usage assumed for residential.
Yes.
So if you are suddenly opening this up to commercial, my question would be, how do you maintain the usage limitations of the number of people using that essential vertical circulation mode in a way that doesn't impact, like somebody having to wait 10 minutes for an elevator versus waiting 2, because obviously that's an enormous difference on especially larger scale buildings like we have that have a lot of vertical travel.
yeah, the foot traffic concern that I think you all have brought up before, that George has brought up. I understand that concern.
Yeah.
And we've heard that concern not just here, but other places as well. 2 things I'll just say. The first is that other objectionable effects part is intentionally vague. And it's construed by DOB to mean a nuisance. Now, it is subjective whether what you describe is a nuisance, but you could make the case that it is.
But that would have to be a post case. There's nothing that you're adding into the zoning to protect foot traffic and usage. That is the question. What can you do?
There's not, because the zoning does not consider foot traffic explicitly today. In this proposal, we would not be able to add it. That is a legal scope question. But because we're creating new restrictions on uses that today are not subject to foot traffic requirements. What they are subject to is the objectionable effects language around nuisances. Now,
But you've not taken into account the increase for deliveries, the increase for shipments, the increase for any kind of foot traffic, both waiting area, lobby level, elevators, nothing, there is nothing that you can currently do that is based on what is there now that could be modified.
I don't know for certain. And so what I would say is, if I'm in your shoes, make those recommendations, make sure your council member hears them in specificity. And at the end of the day, we will, on a citywide basis, some version of a proposal will move forward or not. And that is uncertain. It's uncertain to what extent this proposal, as proposed, will go through the city planning commission. That's ultimately not something that I personally or any of my colleagues here have a direct
It'd be
authority or control.
super cool to be able to say yes if there were modifications and restrictions.
I understand.
In its current incantation with the
I wish I
wild
could tell you.
levels. Yeah,
I wish I could say emphatically yes or no, and I just can't.
I'm scarred by the Water Street text amendment. I'm seriously scarred. And Richard, it's because the intention was good. And at the end, when we got proposals for enclosing what had been public space for private profit, because they could, and it didn't make a difference. We saw a proposal where they were creating new residential units. I just know that if you can only vote on what is before you today, not for what you hope it will turn out to be, And you can say yes or no with modifications only for what they're giving us. And I'm sorry, that sounds a little harsh, but.
No, I think you're absolutely correct. Vote yes or no based on what is being proposed. We want your modifications. It's ultimately not up to anyone in this room whether those modifications are legally able to be or politically able to be.
Right. Well, yes or no on this? No?
No.
No?
I want to be yes.
2, 3
I'm a
no's.
yes with modifications, but
I'm a yes
you
with
know,
modification.
I hear what you're saying, Tammy, but
It's not me, it's, that's it.
We can still ask for the modifications even with a no. I'm not trying to sway your
I'm a
vote.
yes.
So yes, yes, no, no, no. Joe?
No.
No. Tammy, no. Laura? Assume. Right. Laura, can you register yes or no?
Sure.
Is Paul on as well?
Paul, it's a drop down.
Yeah, we're in need of moving quickly. All right, what are the modifications though? That was a lot.
Sure, it said 500 square feet.
no, I said 1,000 or 49%, whichever is less. That was my one. And incorporating traffic as a, what do you call that?
George, is there a zoning word for traffic
Uh,
in other places?
For
What?
all of the restrictions.
Trip generation is really what this is about, because it's really not about vehicular traffic or subway traffic, it's about trip generation through the building, because that's what takes up the elevator. So you want to limit the number of trips.
Okay, any others?
George, out of curiosity, because you've
No.
looked at other cities and how they
Yes.
do it for home occupation, how do they measure trip generation for?
It
home
varies a lot of, most,
No,
in the rest of America, it's about the number of parking spaces, and stuff like that, right? And it's harder, but one place has like the number of clients, like for architects, they can only see a certain number of clients a week. Like, and it's,
But how do
there's,
they, like, how do they demonstrate? So does
I- you
it
know,
have to go through a certificate of occupancy?
Guys,
Yeah,
I know
and
you're
that's a
not
good
this,
question.
conversation.
Happy to follow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's follow up.
One more modification, I would say, maximum of 3 outside employees and a total of 5. So you could have 2 people living there that are working
Outside employees.
and 3 outside employees, but you can't have 5 outside
And
employees.
can there be a distinction on noise generating? I mean, we're talking home occupations, that could be 24/7, right? So Michael Kramer's massage parlor could only operate 11 PM to 6 AM maybe, and that's not the noise generation you want on your floor. But I mean, is there anything in the home occupations that currently exist for hours of operation for
There's not.
businesses? Is there any modifications for noise impacts or anything like that?
It would have to come through interpretation of existing zoning.
And that's, habitability would cover that, I think.
And does existing zoning comment on any of that?
It doesn't.
It just says to produce offensive noise, vibration, smoke, dust, or other particulate matter, odorous matter, heat, humidity, glare, or other objections.
And what is that clause?
That's under the home occupation definition.
It's in section 12.
And we're keeping that today.
It seems to me the more we want this modified, the more we just don't like it. We should just say no. But, okay, so I've got no fewer than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 modifications, right?
So
Okay.
Believe it or not, that is very helpful. This process is very helpful for us.
That's helping expand to hear that.
To assure you, based on the hour of the evening, this.
Yeah.
Okay.
New standardized urban design.
Okay, a yes vote might be different, urban design, and ground floor use rules for every special district overcomplicate zoning without providing any benefit. The proposal properly standardizes, the regulations and expands them into areas that currently have no regulations at all, to benefit everyone. So a no vote might be, the proposal arbitrarily changes all the special districts regulations into a common standard with a little variation. The Lower Manhattan District, the urban design regulations proposed are less restrictive without any explanation as to the reason for the change other than simplification. This is not a good enough reason to change the regulations in the special districts. DCP should explain how the new urban design rules improve urban design within the district, or it shouldn't change them. Expanding the rules to areas that currently have no rules may be a benefit that could be supported.
Do you want me to explain?
Oh, please do.
Okay.
Because I like George's last statement best.
Yeah.
The rest of it seemed like.
Well, it was invoked. So I'll first talk with the Lower Manhattan Special District. If you're not a designated street, generally you have no rules today. So transparency, no rules. Blank walls, no rules. So on and so forth. If you are a designated street, in some places you have rules. For example, transparency, you do have rules. Lobby width, you do have some rules. Ground floor depth, you have no rule. And what we've heard from our colleagues at the Department of Buildings is that when it comes to ground floor depth, there is no specified rule. It's unfortunately applied inconsistently. In some cases, the plan examiner says that there's no rule whatsoever. In some places, the rule is 100%. And so we know of cases, particularly in places like Madison Avenue uptown, where they have no rule for ground floor depth. It is interpreted as 100% must be retail. And it's impossibly high to meet because 100%, it's just buildings can't conform. So what we're doing for the designated streets within all of the special districts is saying, you get rules where you don't have them today, where you do have rules, we're trying to make them more consistent. So in Lower Manhattan, you have rules for transparency, you have rules for curb cuts, and you have rules for height from the curb. And ground floor use regulations. So for height from the curb, leaving as is. Curb cuts, leaving as is. Transparency, there is a simplification from 14 feet to 12 feet, but otherwise leaving as is. Okay. And then on use, where there are uses that are prohibited on the ground floor but allowed above the ground floor, we are allowing those uses in storefront space. Was I missing it?
Sorry, can you repeat the last one?
So in places, it's pretty common actually that you have uses that are allowed on the second floor, third floor, et cetera, but they're not allowed on the ground floor.
Such
They-
as.
Clothing rental, adult trade schools and other continuing education. In some special districts, I don't know if Lower Manhattan, custom manufacturing. Anything I'm missing, Chris?
No, that sounds right, yeah.
So this
Can you
is-
imagine why you wouldn't want something on the ground floor that you allow on the upper floors? It's either the other way around.
Planners at the time, in the 50s-ish, thought that there were some uses that were appropriate for the ground floor and some uses that were not appropriate for the ground floor. And they were trying to be prescriptive based on what they thought the town and Lower Manhattan were like at the time. Doesn't make sense.
So 2 questions. Can I open a zombie store?
A zombie store. What's a zombie?
Yeah.
A zombie store is basically a dark store.
They're micro stores, that's what we were
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah,
That's coming up.
Proposal 14, so you could, in Proposal 14, open up a store that's doing deliveries. What Proposal 12 would say that if you're gonna open that store up, you have to have transparency.
What is transparency?
Windows glazing that you can see through, that is not opaque, that is not windowed and papered over. Because right now you do have some transparency, but it's only on designated streets. So if your street isn't specified in the zoning, you don't have that rule. And it can be opaque.
If I'm building a new building and I want my retails to be higher, don't I get a bonus or something like that? 18 feet or something like that?
Looking at your dress.
Talking about a qualified
Right.
ground floor.
If trying to encourage it without adding FAR or something?
Oh, yeah, we have qualifying ground floor rules that allow for additional height.
How does that
If you
interact with
have
this?
a prominent ground floor height.
It does, it gives you an extra 5 feet,
Yeah.
extra height. It's,
It doesn't interact with
no,
this?
it really doesn't.
We, not to overstep, but think there's very little downside to this proposal for boards. It enhances your existing urban design regulations for places where they are very confusing. It does create more consistency and simplification, but we think it's net positive.
Well, I will say, like, for example, and I didn't study the special districts in great detail, but Battery Park City has a whole bunch of uses you can't do on the ground floor in Battery Park City. And all of those are gone. And this replaces it with the standard rules. Now, I don't know why there are all these uses in Battery Park City that you can't do on the ground floor. But that's, similar things happen in other districts, special districts as well. And then it goes with just the standard, which DCP believes works. And that, I don't know that it does or it doesn't. I just know that there's a change being made to the uses allowed on the ground floor. And I don't really know why.
Do you have any examples?
Yeah. Can you go?
Sure.
While he's looking for that, Connor, do you have a take on this? You, the council member?
I think we don't feel as strongly about the streetscape design regulations. I think there was one thing as it relates to prohibited uses on the ground floor. I think it's like a general, I think there's generally like you can make the case. I think it's definitely different from what it was when in the 60s, but I think there is a case to be made about at least promoting commercial uses that are more permeable, more inviting, more consumer facing on ground floors. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I think that's the only thing that is worth maybe commenting on. I think that the transparency and other design guidelines are make sense as something to make citywide and uniform.
I think the only thing that we really need to figure out, because Battery Park City is a special district, is what would be newly allowed versus not, and make sure we have a clear understanding of that and see if there's any objections to that.
Right, it has a listing of uses not permitted. And it says electrical, glazing, heating, painting, paper hanging, plumbing, roofing, or ventilating contractors, exterminators, funeral establishments, lumber stores, monument sales, moving or storage offices, pawn shops, printing establishments, refreshment stands, sign painting, trade embalmers, upholstery shops, window cleaning, building maintenance services, wholesale establishments, a whole bunch of automotive things, and prisons.
They're allowed on the second floor.
Well, these are the uses that are not permitted. These are uses that are actually not permitted. These are uses that are not permitted at all in Battery Park.
Well, there's no change to that.
No, they're getting rid of that.
That would be wiped out.
That would all be wiped out.
Oh.
And so the underlying rules would apply.
Underlying would apply.
And underlying rules are, so there's no residences on the ground floor and small lobbies and, there's never this type of specificity other than no hotel rooms. So this sort of, and a lot of special districts are like this, where just all of these really specific rules are getting wiped out and replaced with the standardized rules. And, I'm gonna, my personal opinion here is that frankly, DCP does urban design well. I think it's something that is their strong suit. And I don't know what the right answer is. I don't know why those things are in there. And I don't know how this would make this worse or better. But
does DCP have jurisdiction over state land? There's a question that we need DCP to answer on that, because the restrictions of that special district in particular is strange because it's state land.
Maybe irrelevant to this whole conversation.
And maybe irrelevant to the entire conversation. Thank you, that's where I'm going.
We will get back to you.
Because I think other than that particular location, I mean, from what I'm sensing, there's no objection.
No controversy. All right,
Yeah.
are we all yes?
Yeah.
Great, moving on.
Okay.
One vote.
You gotta know that, Chris, for Battery Park City.
Number 13.
A yes vote might be for permitting auto repair via special permit. It is extremely difficult for those who own private vehicles to find a place to have their vehicles serviced. This change provides a pathway to get facilities to provide these services. A no vote might be privately owned vehicles have no place in Lower Manhattan, and any effort to ease the burden of keeping one in the district should be rejected. Automotive related uses do not represent the highest and best use in community Boardville.
I'm not really worried about an auto repair.
Where we've seen this come from, just so you all are aware, in other parts of Manhattan, is a desire to have electric vehicle
Charging station.
Not charging stations, but electric vehicle, just dealers slash repair facilities.
Yeah, but why just, why is that awesome? More car, I mean, electric or not, it's gonna have more vehicles packing our roads. I don't think that's a great use. I mean, look, I own a car and I would not want to get it fixed in the neighborhood. I can drive out of the neighborhood to get it fixed. That's better for the neighborhood.
Guess what? Next time you have to go get that car fixed, you're gonna have to pay congestion pricing to go over the bridge into Brooklyn or pay the toll and then come back.
I'm not gonna ruin the neighborhood to save $15.
So what the change would look like, C4, C6 districts, uses are allowed as of right today. C5, they're not allowed at all. In the future, C4, 5, and 6, all would be BSA. So you're removing the as of right from the C4 and C6 and adding the discretionary to C5.
That makes sense. It makes it all discretionary.
It's consistent with proposal 2.
Special permit, which.
It's all BSA permit, right?
It's all BSA, would require site plan review, and I forget what the exact zoning resolution section
So it
is.
doesn't allow it as a right, it just requires them, it gives the opportunity, but they still have to get a permit.
Correct.
All right, yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds good.
So we're yes.
Yeah.
Because remember,
We're kind of agnostic. There's no real thing gonna happen.
I mean, maybe you get one out on Governor's Island because they're gonna need to have a place to repair electric vehicles if they're gonna be all electric. I can see that as being a use down on somewhere.
We should make sure that the
Cars
special
will-
district allows it then.
Cars will still be here.
14, explicitly permit micro distribution facilities. A yes vote might be, DOB already permits these essential facilities in certain circumstances, and this zoning clarifies where and how large they can be. More micro distribution means fewer loading and unloading in the street, and more room for other uses in the public realm. These activities should be occurring in buildings, not out of the back of the front. A no vote might be CB1 suffers greatly from a lack of retail uses designed to serve residents. This use will just take up more of the critical ground floor space, deadening the street, making it harder for local retail to locate. It is best suited for second floor and higher, and should be prohibited on the ground floor in all but M districts.
I think both statements are true. That is the biggest problem we have in CP1. You nailed it on the head. I have pictures from every neighborhood in Community Board 1, and I do mean every, of Amazon trucks and their, and UPS and FedEx and Fresh Direct and everybody else with their own personal cones set out on the streets. So that is a true issue. And we have a huge retail issue as well. So I don't know what the right answer on this one is. I mean,
I think we gotta get it off the streets.
I agree.
I mean, even Whole Foods has, I mean, they have their entire store and yet they have taken up probably 5 or 6 parking spots outside of the store in the street.
Gotta be enforced.
I mean,
oh, and they have a full.
Try to get it off the
right,
streets.
they have a full loading though.
And it never works on the second floor. You can't be taking stuff up and down.
So yes, defeat the whole purpose.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's gotta be ground floor.
Okay, so yes, correct?
It's a yes. I want to know from DCP whether or not how this relates back to the streetscape. Because if you are having a micro distribution facility on the ground floor, potentially you're having a ghost location. It's no different than a ghost location. So that takes away from the ability to have people come in unless it's being set up as a pickup center. Right. Like a lockbox, like a, what do you call
Amazon locker.
it? Amazon locker.
If I'm bringing in my freight by ship, by water, do all my piers become micro distribution facilities?
Most of the piers are zoned as manufacturing districts today. So they would allow for warehouses. Seaport is probably the exception to that.
It's the only one I'm concerned about.
But you can already locate a warehouse of unlimited size in an M district, so I don't think the
Pier
piers.
17 could become an unlimited sized micro distribution facility.
Or worried that
could
they
not.
keep 15 away from it.
It would become a size
No, I mean,
limited.
Pier 40 was FedEx.
Oh, I'm thinking particularly as a heliport. here, which is going to become what is called the micro distribution center according to the plans by EDC. So that's gonna be moved and redesigned, and I guess they'll have to come to us for redistricting. But my one question is, if we're gonna put a caveat in on this, because we all agree on all of it, is how do we ensure that we do not have a large percentage of our retail taken up to be ghost distribution centers? What can zoning in modifications do to make sure it's not,
Yeah, I mean, what's the role of the
Take
community
ground
board?
floor, but not storefront. Like, there's lots of, again, deep floor plated things.
I was
but
gonna
it
say,
is-
what
it
about that
is-
22 million square feet of office space downtown that's not used? Why
The-
can't it go into?
From listening to people who do deliveries, one of the main reasons that they're doing it on the curb is A, zoning, but B, minimal touches. So when you offload something, bring it up to a freight elevator to an upper floor, bring it back down, you're talking at least 3 or 4 touches by 3 or 4 different people. And what we've heard emphatically from companies who do this is they will not do that. It needs to be ground floor. It's ground floor or they're gonna do what they're doing today. And so the whole part of the zoning is to enable this activity within the building where it's currently prohibited.
so what can DCP
Right.
advise for modifications? So we do not end up with,
You could, something we've been talking to Department of Transportation a lot about in their own freight management and everything else is how do you make sure that the street access is somehow regulated? So that there's some sort of mechanism in the zoning so that DOT also has regulatory jurisdiction over these uses, not just buildings and not just.
correct,
Did they give you an answer?
They gave us a desire to keep talking. Which I personally view as positive, but I don't have details. But what I can say is that we see the potential for conflict as well, and so we want to make sure that it's addressed in the zone.
So one thing, there's a size limitation on the ground floor. In C1 and C2 districts, it's 2,500 square feet.
That's right.
And in C4 and C6 districts, it's 5,000 square feet.
That's right.
So that size distinction, in your district hurts you. 5,000 square feet is actually big.
Yes.
It's a very big space on the ground floor. And so if you want the use on the ground floor, you don't want it to be 5,000. And so your modification would be to shrink it down to 2,500 or even smaller. Right now, if I'm remembering right, DOB does permit these things through building bulletin, but they're not that big. They're limited in size, and I forget exactly how they are. And this is a little bit more permissive than what DOB does now. So if you're thinking that you want the use, but you want to limit it, make it small.
It's modeled after the same sort of size threshold. So what the DOB bulletin allows is up to 1,500 square feet devoted to storage within the use. And it's about the other uses in the space. So you could have 1,500 for storage and 5,000 for something else in the space.
Like a retail.
I don't like, but I don't understand how this micro distribution, what you were, going back to what you were saying earlier about minimal touches.
Right.
Even if you have a ground floor space, you're gonna bring in a truck, touch it to get it off, get it in, touch it again. Whether it goes up.
Amazon Locker. It's setting up Amazon Locker and Amazon Locker distribution. That's basically what that is.
What it's setting up is the ability to do deliveries on a mode of transportation that isn't a vehicle.
Yeah, or turn it off, yeah.
They're on my desk, the black headphones, and they're just.
Bicycles or pedestrians. The model really is the post office because that's already very expansively allowed today. And you'll have some parcel delivery on vans with the post office, but often what you have is a courier and they're delivering within a neighborhood space. So.
But they've invested in a large facility, we have a
There are
post
large
office
post
now, a large distribution center. I mean, why is Amazon not purchasing one of these large, office buildings that's vacant and turning it into a distribution center that
Hold on, you,
they can run their bicycles out of there and we don't have to have all these micro distribution centers that are empty,
That
right?
is not unfortunately something that we considered and so wouldn't allow, but I would welcome the recommendation that we should allow for a larger scale facility with other safeguards.
By not permitting micro distribution centers or limiting them to some degree to push
I
these
have a
larger companies towards, yeah.
micro distribution center in our building as part of the retail on the ground floor.
Yep.
And they park a truck outside and they bring all their packages in and then they deliver and distribute within the immediate neighborhood by hand truck. So I'm guessing that's essentially the model that you're talking about.
Essentially the model, but with the additional regulation of the curb space, ideally.
Yeah.
And also the use of the storefront for that delivery.
Right.
So for example, a lot of what DOT is trying to encourage now is off hours delivery. So overnight, the truck delivers the packages, they put them into the space in the building, which they can now do through zoning. In the daytime, the courier takes the packages and delivers them. So rather than having those conflict when everyone else is congested during the rush hour, you can use that overnight because you can now use the building itself.
All right, so we voted yes on this. I'm a little lost on the modifications. Did we agree to some or were we just talking about?
Could we have a modification that either prefers or somehow requests that there's a loading dock involved, going back to the other one, because it's,
So these facilities would be too small to require a loading facility.
Right.
Loading. They're waivers for small establishments, and these would all be.
Over 10,000 we could, under 10,000 we don't. And that's regardless of use.
George, what about the modification you suggested earlier on about shrinking it?
Yeah, shrink it.
Is that more palatable because is 5,000 too big or what do you think?
I'm opposed to shrinking it, actually. I feel like I don't want to say it has to be this square footage or that square footage. It's gonna be the square footage of whatever that particular retail is that they buy. I mean, I just don't want it to be those locked out, because that's what it is in our building. It's a blocked out facade. It's just,
Well, it right now currently is size limited to 5,000 square feet.
yeah.
And so there already is a size limit, and it's at the right size.
Netta, you have a point?
I think it's dependent on the neighborhood and where they are. I can't say. I think your point of this empty buildings were great to have all the guys with hand trucks to go to this central space, which is probably not used and get that stuff.
So maybe restricting it, we unintentionally do ourselves. Okay.
I'm a no on this one. I know you said yes, but we voted yes.
Okay, by the way, we're not gonna record individual numbers for each proposal piece. It's just sort of the overall, but it's helpful to know where folks stand. By all means, if you wanna make a note for the record too. All right, number 15.
Can we do 15 and 16 together?
Please.
Because they are,
Nothing.
they're two CPC authorizations.
Yeah.
They would only apply in Southbridge. One is for corner stores and the other is for non-residential uses on residential campuses. I believe Southbridge would provide space for both, or either of them. And it's essentially, if Southbridge finds a space for a local serving retail market, they should be allowed to put one up. That's the yes vote. The no vote might be, CD1 is zoned for nearly entirely commercial uses. We should not permit commercial uses in the only oasis of non-commercial uses in the district. However, of course, Michael tells me that there is a commercial use there, which is not appearing on Zola.
There are commercial uses on the ground floor in some areas.
They're about to get in a drugstore and there's a couple other things.
Pizza place.
Okay, so then this one doesn't really apply to your district very much at all.
Oh, good.
I vote yes.
So cool.
Oh, good.
Well, that's two now. Yes, all right.
Wow.
Or
I will-
because it doesn't apply to you,
Or I just want to flag, like, in the sense that there are very nearby places like Smith's that are directly impacted in case that matters. But I know that's, outside CB1, but just to flag.
So then we defer, why
Yeah,
don't
I
we just,
mean-
we defer?
So if it doesn't affect you, best practices would be not to vote.
Connor, are you talking about NYCHA buildings and putting retail in NYCHA buildings?
Yeah, I just if it's worth, because I know that this community board does a lot of collaboration with like ITSA on different projects and stuff, and just so you know, like Smith's is zoned residential, so this would allow new commercial allowances over there, for example, as like the closest relevant case study, I think, for CB1.
Smith already has retail in there as well. They have the.
They have a supermarket.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I think that's probably similar to Southbridge in that it's like maybe grandfathered in or something. Like the way that Southbridge has commercial, but it's residential. I think it's a
If they
grandfather
could do more
thing.
retail, they would, it's.
But they can expand it. Yeah.
So does that change anybody's vote? Nope. Okay,
It's
so
in
we
the
have,
vote that we defer to other. It's a non-vote.
wait, so
No, we voted yes.
we voted yes, and I'm asking, is it changing anybody's vote? Sounds like we're changing to
Non-vote.
non-vote.
We vote on like.
Deferral.
We do for 14.
We voted yes on micro distribution as long as it's in Gateway Plaza. We voted yes, and we had talked about a modification, but we ended up opting against it. 15 and 16, we were easy yeses, but Connor brought up that there's potential applicability. Easy yeses because there's no applicability really within our district, but Connor brought up that nearby, in, for example, Smith, houses that could definitely have some applicability. So the question is now whether we change the yes to sort of differential.
For 16, I think we should do no vote and defer to others. If it applies in Southbridge and we're only applying on ourselves, you're saying defer over, right?
So I wouldn't limit Southbridge. I mean, if they can find a corner store location, you should do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So leaving it yes, correct? Okay.
All right, yeah.
Yes, all right, great. Moving on to 17 is the special permit and authorization for bulk. So a yes vote might be, some uses need more flexibility to accommodate their desired form than what zoning provides. Since rezonings and variances are difficult and expensive, a third way, a CPC authorization and special permit for very large waivers can accommodate these uses is appropriate. A no vote may be an authorization leaves the final decision with the CPC with only a recommendation from the community board. Since city council isn't involved in an authorization, this is too much power for the CPC. And this waiver should require a special permit regardless of size. Further, the authorization does not require that an applicant show a need for a bulk waiver sought. The applicant only has to request the waiver. Any discretionary action should require that the applicant demonstrate the need for the waiver being sought, and this authorization has no such requirement.
I would vote no, and I would use the Pier 17 as an example where the old Pier 17 was very much increased through a certification by CPC. That they got an extra, 50,000 square feet or something like that. And also in terms of all the shenanigans that went on at 250 Water, how the special permit did not help this community and certainly, and they didn't listen to the community board.
I can't see many community boards going for this. I mean, what am I missing here? It just seems like it really takes, it takes that ability to be involved in the process completely, well, potentially completely away. Right? Well, you would still, the community board still gets to have a recommendation and it gets read by the CPC, but, to me, city council is a good, it's an important part of this process, and it would cut them out entirely.
Depends who your council member is.
Indeed.
Would this apply the building they're proposing on IPN, large building? Maybe you don't know about that.
Would refer
No.
to, with exception for the bulk modification, it's all around use. So for bulk modification, it's around the shape of the building. If you wanted to, specifically, height and setback and yard requirements. And we see this a lot with loft-like buildings, not in this area, but industrial buildings. Mostly.
But that's a large scale residential. So would that have any?
No, that wouldn't have.
It would
anything
not.
like- No, this has to be a non-residential.
Has to be non-residential.
It has to be non-residential.
Well,
How does that apply to our 3 islands?
Your 3 islands. So if you have.
Liberty, Ellis,
yeah.
Governors.
So in Governor's Island, you could, if you did not meet the bulk requirements, you could go and request an authorization, just as if you fit within the C7, which is this new district envelope, you can get an authorization, which would allow for height, setback, and yard waivers. So, you know, those things that you've negotiated could be waived away in an authorization. And as far as Ellis Island, you know, I think it's not even zoned. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how anything would happen there.
Get how it's zoned.
Are we good with a no?
No.
No. Great. All right, number 18.
At number 18, create new zoning districts for future mapping. A yes vote might be, our current zoning districts are lumpy and often a poor fit for loft-style buildings. New zoning districts designed to fit loft-style buildings are appropriate. Likewise, finer grained M districts and another non-residential C district would be welcome additions to the zoning toolkit. A no vote might be, contrary to what DCP has said, our zoning does permit loft-style buildings up to a traditional loft-style height. Some of the new zoning districts proposed better describe Hudson Yard style buildings, high coverage towers that break the 100-year-old pattern of development in New York City. While some of the smaller scale districts that have been proposed are fine, there should be no zoning district that permits unlimited height loft style buildings, which is an oxymoron. Higher density districts describe building forms that should not appear in the New York City skyline. And, you know, just to explain, there's like, normally towers are limited to 40% of the lot. If it's a very small lot, you can go bigger. This allows for towers to be 50% of the lot. And so, you know, it's the kind of building form that they did at Hudson Yards through a special district, but it's not typically allowed as a right.
And these would also not be allowed as of right. These are new kinds of
Yep,
districts
they
that
would
need
have
to
to be
go
now.
through
Mhm.
full ULURP, full environmental review, full process.
And I will also point out is that would be really great to get fine grain in the manufacturing districts, because right now you go from 2 FAR to 5 FAR to 10 FAR. There's nothing in the middle, right? And this adds stuff in the middle. And so there's some good here. There's good here.
Also speaking to height, generally speaking, M districts are subject to sky exposure plane regulations, which requires you to step back from the street. And we found that with a lot of manufacturing industrial buildings, that's really difficult to fit that type of floor plate for businesses. So that's why we wanted to make it a little more uniform. So that's the logic.
Which I think as George pointed out, you guys do planning well, and so giving them additional tools seems logical, right?
Right. And the point being is that this doesn't affect anything now because it's not mapped, which I think is a very fair point.
Are there unintended consequences? Sorry, guys.
Well, I mean, the only thing is that the previous authorization you voted no on uses this new bulk envelope for the C7 district, the one that they create here. And so if it fits within the C7 envelope, it's just an authorization. I don't know, is that an unintended consequence? I don't know if it is. It's. They're related.
Connor, what do you think? Yeah, Richard, Connor, hang on. Rosa?
I was just gonna vote yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is tricky just because it's not mapped. I mean, I think it's just whether or not you want to decide when it is mapped, or if you want to kind of try to fit it into something you think is a good, so that it's easier to vote on it when it is mapped, kind of thing. Does that make sense? Like, you can just kick it down until the city decides where they want to put it. Or you can throw in your 2 cents about what you think would make a good district for the future.
Yeah. But you said it has to come back to us, right? So then we're good.
Right. It would come back as a map change. Like it would come back as a rezoning, right? So it's kind of, I guess the intentions are different because it wouldn't come back as, oh, you get to change what this kind of district looks like. It comes back as a deciding if it can go where the city proposes it to go. It's a different kind of application in that way. Now is your opportunity to decide what these districts look like in the zoning resolution. And then the later application would be what it looks like on the map.
It wouldn't preclude you though from a proposal for a 10 FAR district saying, I actually think an 8 FAR district is more appropriate. That is still within the typical process for any sort of rezoning. But what this does is free the 8 FAR version where you have a 10, as George mentioned, or you have a 5 and nothing.
Right. Having something in between would be fabulous.
But do we run the risk of 24 FAR districts?
The maximum would be 15.
So yours was 24, wasn't it?
Correct. And
Right,
we,
that was
and we
the
are not,
affected district.
we are not proposing anything above 15. And yeah, we're not.
Currently, the max is 12.
Well, 12 for residential buildings, but you can go 15, bonusable up to 18, bonusable up to, I think, 21.6 in some situations.
Now.
No.
And the 15 would apply to residential as well?
No,
No.
no.
These are
These
not.
Only commercial or industrial.
Okay.
Are there bonuses involved in that?
No.
At
No bonuses?
10, is there a
No?
transit?
I don't believe there's a.
Okay.
We can double check.
Yeah, I think there's a transit, but there's no plaza bonus.
There's
right?
no.
Right, because it's for high.
Or you're talking about whether existing bonuses would apply to these zoning districts.
Yeah, I mean, I was just
Oh,
wondering,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
They
Yeah.
would be bonusable, right?
Okay. So we're yes.
Is it possible this might influence Governor's Island if new administration and they change their plans a bit?
Any use of these tools would require a full rezoning
Yes, which is ULURP and it'll come to you.
And city council.
and city.
And city council.
That's a good thing. Okay, so.
We're yes on that.
Yeah, you have your right, city council.
All right. Motion goes on.
You don't have any more than 18, right?
No, but in a few months, yes, for housing opportunity.
Oh, boy.
My goodness.
Can't wait.
Oh,
We'll see you then.
you will not see me then.
No, you're not in that.
Regrettably,
Too bad.
I-
Well, we're good.
You'll see me, but.